Hey. So the greatest commandment is told in the Bible is to love thy God with all thy heart, all that's within thee, with all your mind. Then you have to ask yourself, who is God, right? Exodus told us that the name of God is I am. So in order to love God, loving God is loving you. That's who you are to love. Learning to love yourself. And you learn to love yourself, Hey, blessings, Audrey, Purpose Counselor. Welcome. Yes, when you learn to love yourself. As I was talking about that particular song a couple of days ago, that's the greatest love of all, loving yourself. And I know a lot of people find that difficult to do because we don't even understand what love is. So many people have watered down, diluted love to the point that people don't even think love is enough. People think you need more than love when love is all there is. Everything they desire that they say love isn't enough of is what love encompasses. Love fulfills everything. It fulfills it all. It gives life meaning, purpose, because at the root of everything, the foundation of all of this is rooted in love. And it really comes to understanding what love is. How to love, because love is not some feeling. It's not some butterflies in your stomach. It's not some warm and fuzzy feeling. No. 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 8 tells us what love is. And then it's 1 John or 3 John tells us that God is love. God is not a feeling. God is a spirit. And those that worship God must worship him in spirit and in truth. And it's not about worshiping something outside of you. It's not about being a servant to something outside of you. It is recognizing that you and all there is are one and that there is no separation. And truly taking time to really meditate and saturate your mind with 1 Corinthians 13, chapter 4 through 8, so that you can understand that love is a power and it is the only transforming power. Because God is love and God is the only power, right? The only creator, right? That's why we're told that God is love. God is light. And in him there is no darkness at all. And you were created in the image and likeness of the creator, right? You were given dominion and power over everything. And you were to what? Be imitators of God as dear children. And you were also told to let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery, what? To be equal with God. Hey, Awakening Radiance, welcome. Happy Monday. Hello. Understanding who you are and to no longer see yourself as some worm of the dust, some sinner from the beginning, less than, in need of a savior. Life will be so much more freeing. And then you'll find it easier to love because you won't be worrying or wondering about if you are acceptable to the being which you are. So if you can understand that you were with God, as God, before the foundation of this world, and you're just an individualized expression of the being that is, then that helps you on the road to understanding who you are and the power that you possess. And that once you allow yourself to operate in this power, which is love, and it's the only power that transforms, because what does it do? It casts out fear, right? Perfect love casts out fear, because fear, we're told, is torment. It is torment. And he that fears is not made perfect in love. So when we hear people telling you to fear God, which is a misinterpretation of scripture, this, even though it says the word fear, that's not what it means. It means to be in awe of, to be in reverence of the divine being that you are, to recognize that I am wonderfully, amazingly made, right? Wonderful are thy works, and that my soul knows quite well, right? Welcome, welcome, all. Welcome. Happy Monday. Welcome. Hey, Elizabeth. Hey, Audrey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Whitney. Welcome, welcome. No, just started, Whitney. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're all good. Hey, Dexter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. So the greatest commandment, right, is to love yourself. That's the greatest commandment. To love you. And then that makes it easier to fulfill the second commandment that is likened unto it, as we're told, right? To love your neighbor as thyself. Why? Because there is only God. There is only God in the world. Everyone is you pushed out. Loving your neighbor is loving you. That's why it said is likened unto it. They're one and the same, not separate. Why? Because there's no separation in the spirit. There's only oneness in the spirit, right? There's only unity in the spirit. There is no division. God is undivided. The individualized version of the all is undivided. If we can allow ourselves to accept that God literally became you, so that you will literally remember that you're God. Hey, Mimi, welcome, welcome. If you can allow yourself to accept that truth, that that's who you are. That's truly who you are. That is the mystery that boggles the reasoning mind, that surface mind, that carnal mind, as the Bible calls it. Hey, Alexa, welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Hey, Mariah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. In the beginning, that's a hard thing to grasp. I know. I don't even want to talk about that. But you know what? We didn't play well enough, but we should have won that game. Even though we played like our offense was like, was playing disappearing acts for 3 quarters. The fourth quarter, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. The Bears just be bearing. The Bears are just going to do bear things. They're unbearable at times. Hey, friendly introvert. Happy Monday. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Crazy, Mariah. That was crazy. I thought we had that in the bag. 2 seconds left. A Hail Mary. Really? And you give him all the time in the world. And then you tip the ball up to the receiver. It's like, man. Hey, Creole. Hey, happy Monday. Hey, Crystal. Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome all. Hey, Alicia, welcome. Oh, really? Oh, okay, Mariah. Yep. Oh, oh my goodness. The Bears, Bears, Bears. Yes, we don't even want to talk about the Bears and that tomfoolery, that foolishness that happened in the last 25 seconds of the game. It's just ridiculous. Oh my goodness. But yes, the greatest commandment, the commandment, when you allow yourself to love yourself, truly, truly love yourself, right? Then you start to give yourself the best. You will allow yourself to have the best. You'll start to see yourself as top tier, as elite, divine. Oh, thank you, Crystal. Oh, I'm so glad that you find them helpful, because that is the purpose of the platform, right? That is music to my ears. Yes, 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 yes. Go ahead, Mariah, and ask away. And so love, love, love. Okay. I get that, Mariah, because it's something you have to see yourself as already having it. The anxiety is coming from that uncertainty, right? Because of uncertainty. No, 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 no. No, it will not mess up it only messes up your manifestation if you give over to it. If you allow it to have power over you. To calm your mind down, you may want to do something else other than think about it, right? You're in a state of uncertainty. So my advice would be to do something that takes your mind off of it. Because right now you're thinking of it not happening as opposed to it's already done. So you want to do things that's going to distract you. So do you have like a favorite TV show you like to, that's going to make you laugh? Do you have a favorite game, some music that you really enjoy that will really put you in a good mood, right? That will really put you in a good feeling mood, because that's what you want to do. You want to shift your mindset into a calm and relaxed state. A calm and relaxed state. And the best way is to just shift the focus. Put your mind on something totally different, completely different. So like if you like to dance, which I know you do because you said you're a dancer, find a song that really, is going to make you feel really good and put your mind at ease, right? Or listen to a favorite sitcom or something that's going to, a favorite comedy movie, a comic relief movie. But you want to do something to take a nap. Because on your walk, were you listening to music? Were you distracting yourself or listening to like Reverend Ike? Reverend Ike will get you right, girl. Reverend Ike, he can really uplift your spirits and let you know that if you thought you couldn't, he gonna let you know you can. He's the preacher of yes, I can. Yes, I can. It's already done. Reminding you how to use your mind, right? Hey, Megan, no, I just got on here. Welcome, welcome. Yes, yes. Oh no, so you have to not put so much stress on yourself. You're giving it too much power. You're the operant power. Nothing outside of you has any power. You have to lessen it. You have to take it off the pedestal, Mariah. Take it off the pedestal. Don't give it so much importance. You're giving it way too much importance. Take it down off the pedestal. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Relax. 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 It's all good. Thank you, Alexa. It's okay. It's okay. But you having it up here, you making it more than you, greater than you, is what's going to keep it away from you. You can't make it bigger than you. You can't make it greater than you. You created it, remember? You created it. You manifested the job posting, right? This is what you have been looking for. Live in the end. Live in the end. It's okay. It's all right. All is well. Settle down. Relax. Relax. Take some deep breaths. Take some deep breaths. Okay, okay. All right, Mariah. Yes. Oh, yes. Lux, love, lush. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, okay, Mariah. Yes. Yep. That's it. Mars, the cosmos. One thinks, therefore they are. Yep. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. What are you thinking about? You have to think that you already are it, as opposed to needing something outside of yourself to be it. That's outside in when it should be inside out. Yes, go with the flow. Yep, say agree. Maybe focus on other things you enjoy and let stuff work behind the scenes. That's what I was just saying, Megan. Get your mind, distract your mind, find something else. Hey, Dina, happy Monday. Yeah, I get it, Mariah. But to relax, you want to just do some things that is going to help you to relax and really to detach from the outcome, because the how is not your work and you're too focused on the how. It's already done. Let things play out. And everything is going to work out for your good. You have to trust that. You really do have to trust that. Hey, happy Monday, LaShanta. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yep, this is just all about not. You really have to stop just paying attention to too much. I know a lot of times we really want to get focused on how everything's coming together, and we really get focused on the appearances of things. We really want a sign. We really want signs to dictate our reality, but that isn't how it works. You have to completely let go of the how. You have to completely be in that relaxed state and really truly trust. This is where faith is a must. Faith. You need faith. You have to believe in what you cannot see. It says the trying of our faith worketh patience, and let patience have its perfect work. Let me get that whole scripture. It could be working of our faith or the trying of our faith. Okay, yeah, that's James, the first chapter, 3 and 4. Knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. This is the King James Version. But let patience have her perfect work, that ye may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. You're in the state of wanting. You got to stop wanting, Mariah. I'm glad I read this entire verse. Let patience, perseverance, have her perfect work, perfect, complete, whole, entire, that you may be perfect and entire, whole and complete, lacking nothing. Because what? You're wanting nothing. You got to stop wanting it. You got to recognize you already have it. Hey, Megan. Yes, I did. The greatest commandment is to love thyself. The scripture says, love thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind, and all that's within thee. But we know God is the I am. So to love God is to love yourself. That is the greatest commandment, to love yourself. Yes, yes. Harisha Ray, welcome, welcome. Everything always works out for my good. Always. Yes, yes, yes. Friendly introvert. Yes. Hey, all love. Yes, yes. Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome, friendly introvert. Hey, Vanessa, welcome, welcome. Yes, yes. So now that you know you have it, you should be calm and at ease. You should have a restful state of mind. Your mind should be calm. Your mind should be at ease. Hey, Aaron, welcome, welcome. Yep, say the process, the cooking of your desires, what we call time. Love that, A-Rod. Welcome, welcome. Yep. Yep, wanting implies lack. Knowing implies already have. Yes, Elizabeth. Yep, it's your choice. Love that, love that. Yes. Thank you, Token 2. Welcome, welcome. Multiple offers. Yes, it's your choice. Exactly. Everything always works out. Yep, Whitney, that's it. Yep, I am so abundant I get to choose. Yes, rest in that. Rest in that knowing. Oh, yes, I will be repeating, being redundant, being repetitious about that, Megan. Yes, 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 yes. So I affirm today that I have my own successful business. Yes, it's done. Thank you, Token 2. Thank you. That's awesome, Aaron. Yes, yes. Because we love ourselves enough to give it to ourselves, right? Loving ourselves enough to give it to ourselves. Right? Hey, Noreen, welcome, welcome. And that's what you want to do. You want to love yourself enough to allow yourself to have the desire. See yourself with it already. Hey, babe, travel. Welcome, welcome. Because that's what it all comes down to. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Tokening to you. Yes, yes. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the gifts as well. Hey, 11, say, I'm grateful for all this money coming my way. First thing I'm doing is my, oh, yes, yes, love that. Yes, 11, yes. You have a car in mind, or you just gonna go to the lot and whatever catches your eye, that's the one you're going to purchase. You know, that's how some people do. They just go to the lot, see what's on the lot, see what catches their eye. So since being on my journey of listening to affirmations daily, first thing in the AM, and meditating. Yes, yes, yes. I find it harder to do well. Oh, that's it. That's it, Vanessa. We got to get out of cheer. That's the whole purpose. Yes, yes. You start to learn. You start to recognize that you're not as negative, right? When you allow yourself to be positive, you find that negativity, lessens more and more. That is amazing. Say, living in the end was the best manifestation advice I got. It helps so much. Be still and know. Yes. Yes, I agree, Megan. I agree. So right now I'm really feeling the Monster 3 hatchback. Okay, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Yes, that's amazing. Hey, Phoenix, welcome. You said Lexus R350 is my dream mom car. Okay. Yes, by next summer. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, yes. That's awesome. So I'm debating if I want it in all-wheel drive or manual. Oh, you can do a stick shift, huh? I can't drive a stick shift. My husband does, so I guess if I really wanted to learn, he could teach me, but I don't have no interest in driving stick. I'm glued with the auto. Oh, you drive stick, all love. Okay, okay. Yes, we appreciate you too, Vanessa. Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Yep. And so, Vanessa, you're starting to realize that your thoughts really do create your reality, right? The more positive thoughts you think, like the law of attraction, right? That you're attracting more and more positive thoughts into you. More positive thoughts come to your mind, right? And you can start just to see just how much more the flow of life is and how more, easy it becomes. It becomes easier to think more positively when you allow yourself to just think positively. It's a decision, right? You do have to decide to want to do it. But once you make that decision, it becomes easier and easier to do. And say, I want a black on black SUV with a driver. I heard that. I don't want to say I don't have a dream car because I want, nice, a chauffeur. Yes, that's what my daughter said. She said she does not like driving. She wants a chauffeured car as well. She's like, Say, man, say, nah, I learned to drive stick for driving lessons. Got you. Okay, all love. Yes, Vanessa, yes. Say that flow is almost addictive. I don't even want to know how anymore. I know, right, Phoenix? Right. Because that how gets you off course. It gets you wandering into and falling off into ditches and all kind of places you don't want to be. No. You want to be in that flow state. You want to just allow things to just take place. Because as Abraham Hicks reminds us, right, it really is about the journey. It really is about the unfoldment, right? Allow yourself to enjoy the journey, enjoy the experiences, right? That's why people like to do, you ever took road trips, right? Yes. Enjoy the 5-6 hour road trip and getting to the destination, right? That can be just as fun as the destination, the actual trip there, the experience of getting there, right? We take road trips all the time. We actually drove to New York this year in March for spring break. 12-hour drive from here, from where I am in Illinois to New York. It was just like the smoothest drive though. Everybody in the car could drive. I had the pleasure of not having to drive at all, right? But I have 3 adult children, and my husband. Between the 4 of them, I didn't even have to drive. I got to ride shotgun the whole way. But it was still a very, very enjoyable trip. The 12 hours just like flew by. It didn't even seem like it was 12 hours. It just like it just flew by. Hey, babe, travel. So I'm not going to say what's the best way. You have to find your way. So personally for me, I use meditation as deep contemplation. I sit quietly. I also, like I said, you can meditate anywhere, right? Because meditation is all about getting that surface mind, right? The conscious mind. You want to get it at abeyance. You want it to not be in the way of your thoughts. So Going for a walk helps while you're bathing, cooking, cleaning. Why? Because your conscious mind is focused there. And so then you can program the subconscious with the thoughts you want to think, right? Because you can think and do activities at the same time, right? So, and I also meditate right after I wake up, and right before bedtime when I'm doing absolutely nothing and I'm focusing the mind. But there are many, many ways to meditate, right? Some people listen to sound, whether it's the bowls or it's soft music, instrumental music, right? Some people listen to do breathing techniques, right? You have to discover what works for you, because I tried those different other ways. I tried the music and and the breath work and all of that, and what just resonates with me is what I just explained. Just deep contemplation. A lot of times I may ask myself questions, and then I just let the answer come however it's going to come, whether it comes in the moment of meditation or it comes in some other time or in some other way. So I hire drivers when I travel, and I love it. I feel so wealthy. Oh, yes, Megan, yes. Say, that's what I've learned. Just enjoy the moment, every moment. Yep. Say, my inner voice is hard. And I know it is done, and it still tries to get me off track. Yes, Dexter, yes. We've all, I'm sure, have experienced that hard-headedness of that inner voice. Yes, top tier queen treatment. Yes. You say you started with guided meditations. Okay, yes. I forgot about the guided meditations. Yes. Yeah, I didn't really like the guided. I like to listen to my own voice. I like to hear my own thoughts. I didn't really resonate with the guided meditations. What does it mean when you have a strong desire to be with a person in particular? Hey, Scott, you said, what does it mean? It means whatever you want it to mean. What does it mean to you that you have a strong desire? Does that mean that, that they light your fire, right? Does that mean that you have a desire to have a relationship with them? Or is it just a crush? Is it just that you want to get to know them? Like, what does that mean to you to have a strong desire for someone else, right? Only you can determine that, what that means for you. Because it can mean so many things. This comes to the part in your journey where you have to know thyself, right? To really, truly know thyself and know what it is that you desire in this moment of now. Now, what is it that you're, wanting from this individual? Yeah, so you like doing it when you first wake up? Oh, love, yes. So even if you go on a date with someone else, well, it's okay to date multiple people, right? We're in the I know people have like the polyamorous type relationships. It's really about what does a relationship look like to you? Because dating isn't about a commitment, right? You're just seeing what's out there and seeing and just having fun, right? And getting to know various people and those who you would like to get to know better and see if you really enjoy their company, right? That's the whole purpose of dating. All right, you talk to someone, you go on a couple of dates, see if you vibing, see if you have the same type of mindset, same type of interests. That's the whole point of dating. Say quiet time works with me and relaxing, being in nature. Yes, love that. Hey, the digital helper said, how do you let go of hurt or betrayal? I tend to have a hard time letting go of what people think of me. Yes, letting go of hurt or betrayal. I know that in the beginning can seem a little challenging, a little difficult, because you have to be willing to accept your part in it, right? You have to be willing to not only forgive others, but forgive yourself. And when I say forgive, I don't mean needing an apology. I don't mean living in regret or remorse. When I say forgive, I mean you have to be willing to forget. You have to be willing to perceive the experience differently. You have to be willing to have a change of mind regarding the circumstances that took place. And you really have to say, well, how did I think? What about my beliefs, my thoughts, my assumptions about life brought this into my experience? Because that's the only reason it came, right? You had certain beliefs, you had certain preconceived notions, certain intentions, certain assumptions, right? And so those thoughts, those beliefs is what created the experience. And also forgiveness also means to give for that which you would like to receive. So you want to give understanding, compassion, love, and grace, because you would like to receive that in return if the shoe was on the other foot, if it was flipped the other way, because you want to come to the realization, and I know this may be the most hardest pill to swallow, is that no one did anything to you. It was all happening because of you. That's the hardest thing to come to terms with, because we would love to believe that someone did something to us as opposed to someone did something because of us, because of who we are, because of the way we think, because of what we expected, right? Because of our intentions. This is why these things took place. That's a hard pill to swallow. That full accountability for the things that happen in our lives. When you are ready to accept that, then the betrayal and hurt will dissipate. It will die off instantly. You missed it, babe, travel? Because I talked about it for a minute. I don't know. You may have, I don't know. You said everything for me as a boyfriend would. Okay. So are you in search of looking for a committed relationship? Hey, BL. I've been the happiest committing to a relationship with. Yes, that's it. Committing to the relationship with yourself. And then what? That draws in, when you're ready to be in a relationship, that person just appears. And it's nothing you have to do. It's nothing you have to seek. They just show up. Then I know circumstances don't matter. I tested the waters of moving on. However, no matter who I go on a date with or me, I'm always drawn back to Kate and my best. Okay, so you want a relationship with your best friend? Is that what you're saying? Is that something you can see? In the end, you see yourself with this person? Because you can have whatever you desire. If this is the person that you're desiring to form a committed relationship with, if you can put the focus on you, enjoy you, and what that looks like, right? You can create that reality. Hey, Zariah, welcome. So what about the times in the past where I've said some very destructive things about myself? It only matters what you say now, 11. It only matters what you say now. We don't live in the past because the past does not exist. You only have now. It's what you do now that counts. It's the thoughts you're thinking now that counts. Your power is in the now. There's someone is something to me. Yes, awesome. Yes, hey Jake, welcome. Hey, the $1 billion hustler. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Hey, oh, yep, the past does not exist. It's only what you're thinking now that counts. Yep, it's a gift. That's why it's called the present. Absolutely. Yes, babe travel. I said you have to figure out what works best for you, babe travel, when it comes to meditation. I said I personally like to sit in the quiet, and I also like to meditate when I'm walking, when I'm driving, when I'm bathing, when I'm cooking, when I'm cleaning. I meditate, because to me meditation is just deep contemplation. That's the time you want to impress your subconscious with your changed mindset. You want to give your subconscious the new activity to present to you, to create for you. And I also said that there are many other types of meditations. You can discover them on YouTube, or a favorite that's how I discovered meditation, through YouTube, right? So I listened to the guided meditation, didn't resonate with me. Listened to the instrumental music, didn't really resonate with me. Doing breath work, that didn't resonate with me. I recognized what resonated with me, which is what Dr. Joseph Murphy teaches, is just deep contemplation, just getting in that state of being and also Neville Goddard teaches it too, state akin to sleep, right? You're getting in that relaxed state, that calm state, right? But you can meditate throughout the day. You don't have to be sitting still in order to focus your mind, or to recondition or reprogram the subconscious mind. So if we have to have food and water, but we have not managed our health well, does past matter? Who says you haven't managed your health well? But no, the past doesn't matter. Who's saying that you haven't managed your health well, though? Who's saying that? So, okay, when I think about meditating, I think about SATS. SATS doesn't always mean before sleep. Exactly. Right. Yeah. Because I've talked about meditation before, right? I call it meditation. I call it state akin to sleep. I call it hypnosis, because they're all saying the same thing, right? Relaxing the mind, relaxing the body, and focusing your mind. Some people do say to get to the state where you have no thoughts, right? When it's really just quieting the thoughts. It's not so much not having no thought, because then they go on to say that they have thought, but the thought is coming from the deeper self. So you're still going to eventually have thoughts. It's all about focusing the thought, focusing your mind, so it's not wandering all over the place. So a lot of times you want to get 1 or 2 to 3 words that you can focus on, right? Maybe you're desiring to recondition the mind for wealth or for health. So you could focus just saying health, 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 right? Within your mind, you don't have to say it vocally, or you can say it very, very softly, right? But some people do breath work before that to relax the mind, to relax the body. They have to do breath work to get there. Some people need to listen to music, need that external stimulation, right? But that's why you have to discover what works for you, because what resonates with me isn't going to resonate with you. Others like the guided meditation. They like to hear someone else telling them to what words, and they being quiet, and they just listen to someone else's voice, right? Some people resonate with that. You just have to discover what works for you. That's why it says you have to know thyself. So I was separating SATS and meditating this whole time. I mean, I just came to the conclusion that they're saying the same thing, because when you listen to them, they're described in the exact same way. We just give them different names. Oh, thank you, Phoenix. You say, oh, yeah, I know autocorrect is something else. Oh, no problem, babe. Travel. Say, I was playing Black Ops Zombies with my friend Matthew. Accidentally screamed my. Ooh. Well, hopefully wasn't offended. No regret, Alexa. No regret. No regret. No remorse. Just how do you want to eat now? We have to learn to let go of the condemnation, no shame, no guilt for past choices. You did the best you can with the information you had at the time. It felt good to eat the food. It felt good to do whatever at that time. And that's okay. All right? No one's judging you but you. So just don't judge yourself. Just decide what it is that you want now. And that's it. So I just got to work on like getting out the state of how are my career expenses and businesses. Yep. Okay, so you have to do PT exercises. Okay. Yeah, but don't live in judgment and don't live in regret. That keeps you stuck and you won't be able to move forward because you'll be living in the past. And you don't want to live in the past. You want to live in the now because the now is all you have. Oh, yup. Yeah, right, all love. That's how I used to be too. And the more I kept listening, the more I kept digging, the more I kept searching out like what it was really meaning to meditate. I was like, oh, you're saying that, but then in this place you're saying that you are having a thought, you're just having a focused thought. Because I used to listen to Abraham Hicks real heavily. And it took some time for me to understand what she was saying about meditation until I heard them talking about meditation. Then it was like, well, it's not that you're not having no thought, it's that you're having focused thought. Then you need to say that then. Why was you telling people not to have no thought when the whole time it was about focusing thought, right? Because even that in the beginning is challenging, right? To focus your thought because your mind will wander. Even if you got one word you're thinking on, right? You're thinking on wealth. Your mind will still start to talk about, well, you got to go shopping. You got to do the laundry. You haven't talked to so-and-so in so long. And you start thinking of songs. All kind of stuff start coming to your mind. Even though you're deciding to focus just on that one word, your mind will just start rambling all over the place. And so you have to be the shepherd and lead those sheep back to the pasture, right? And you got to bring it back to focus to just that one word or whatever it is that you're deciding to focus on. You're going to bring your mind back. Yep. Say SAS is just in deep meditative state. Exactly. Yep. Hey, Holly. Hey, we're talking about everything, but the main topic is love. The greatest commandment is love, loving yourself. Say grounding, meditation, frequency, music, breath works for me, learning more to relax my mind. Yes, Sal. Yes. Love it. Say it wasn't offensive, but I guess I really do miss bro. Yeah. Who knows, man? He'll be reaching out to you since you're thinking about him. You sending those thoughts of, next thing you know. Say I love sats. Started a couple years ago, and I would literally wake up my first thought. Yes. Hey, Markel J, welcome. He said, I meditate by seeing myself existing outside of everything as my real self. I am just a being. Yes, love that. Is that right? I will be thinking about my desire and think about dinner. Right, all love. You're like, hold up, wait a minute, what's going on? Where are these stuff? And the thing is, they're not coming from nowhere. It's thoughts that you've thought about before, right? It's thoughts you've had before. It's just like you're choosing not to think that now, but they're like, nope. Gotta come in there, gotta crowd the mind, gotta you know. So this is what mastery of your mind comes in, through meditation. This is how you begin to train your mind to think what you want it to think, as opposed to has had how it has always been, just on autopilot. Before, your mind was just think whatever it wanted to think, right? It was just doing its own thing. And then now you recognize you're the operant power. You actually can tell your mind what to think, what thoughts to have, right? You're saying, wait a minute, I'm the captain of this ship. I'm the CEO of my life. I get to determine what thoughts we're going to have today. Bring that mind under subjection. Yes, you say, when I pray to God, lots of things. Or yes, oh yes. Oh, you say we stay in touch pretty often. Okay. Did you all play games a lot? Maybe that's what it was. You played that particular game, or you all. He said, learning to just be in a crowd of people is something I'm working on. Ooh, I like that, Sal. Yes, yes. Hey, Faith, welcome, welcome. You said I skipped yours. No, I didn't. Oh, I read yours. Oh, okay. Let me see. So, what's the best way to get out of that? Should I affirm all expenses paid? Yes, yes. Here's the thing. Oh, you're asking me a question and then answering it. You're asking me what should you do, but then you're saying the thing that you should do. Do what came to mind, especially if this is where it comes to trust you and don't trust me. Trust me to the point that you want to apply the law and test it for yourself. But if I always tell you what to do, how does that help you trust you? You'll just be doing it because Toyia says so. No, I want you to do it because you came and you drew your own conclusions, and it's something that you want to show works for you, right? This is about self-actualization and trusting yourself. I'm always going to lead you back to your own answer, to your solution. And so, yes, you should always, that's a very positive thing to affirm. Now, if it's something that is leading you away from the truth, then I'll course correct and bring us back to the straight and narrow, right? But it's all about learning to trust you. And learning to trust you is you have to decide to trust you. Yes, yes, yes. I'm the share of these here parts, right? Right. See, I mentioned the eternal now. My Bible app says, don't worry about tomorrow. Yep. Don't worry about tomorrow. We're so concerned about tomorrow. We're so concerned about the next 5 minutes. So you just vocalized what I could not describe before about my thoughts just doing what they wanted. Right, Faith. Yes. Saying me and my other friend didn't get to game a lot. Oh, we share similar interests and talk. Okay, got you. Okay. Hey, Belvoir, welcome, welcome. Say it's bad to wake up and trying to remember your dream and giving that your attention first. Say, is it bad? Oh no, it's not bad. It's nothing. Remember, there's no wrongness. There's no wrongness, right? It's just all about what do you want to do. Yes. And the more you make those choices for yourself, that's how you'll begin to trust yourself more and more. Because only you know you. You know you. So I didn't realize that my thoughts were all over the place rather than in subjection. See, I decided to surrender and allow. That's it, Vanessa, right? Life is a surrender. A lot of times we be trying to fight our thoughts. You're not supposed to fight your thoughts. You're not supposed to be trying to wheel them in. This way is the effortless way. Effortless way. Remember, I was talking about the law of reversibility, right? The law of reversibility says that when you put too much effort, too much willpower, you end up getting the opposite of the thing that you desired because you were trying to force it as opposed to allow it. All right, so Neville Goddard talked about this as well as Dr. Joseph Murphy, and Dr. Joseph Murphy said that the school of that it was a French school, a psychology French school back in 1910 that discovered this law of reversibility. That when you try to force a thing to take place, you're really working against yourself. That's why all of those teachers over the years have said it's all about effortlessness, ease, flow. Stop trying, stop forcing, stop pushing, stop pulling, and just surrender. Just allow. Yes, yes, Mariah, yes. Yes, the path of least resistance, exactly. Right, Mariah, right. Just don't even think about it. And just let it all happen and let everything take its course. Just let go, let it flow. Just, relax. It's okay. Don't even check on it anymore. Say, I remember the day when I realized this is where I'd usually self-sabotage. Right, Elizabeth. Yep. A lot of us we didn't even know why we were doing it, what was happening, but it was based on some deeply held beliefs. Some deeply held beliefs. Yep. Stop being so anxious. Exactly. Just go listen to some music, Mariah. Go dance. We didn't even realize, or sometimes we don't realize that we self-sabotage. And it's only because of some deeply held beliefs that we thought we had let go of, but that they were still lingering around. And that's why the scripture says that some of these things, some of these devils, right? The negative thoughts, the limiting beliefs, the fear, the doubt, some of them don't come out. They only come out through prayer and fasting. And what is fasting? You have to starve these things out by giving your attention and feasting upon the good, the positive. When you feast and consume upon the good and the positive, you starve or you're fasting the negative, the doubt, the fear, right? The limiting beliefs. So the more you give your attention to the possibilities, right? You give your attention to the end result. You give your attention to prayer, which is what? Gratitude, thanksgiving, appreciation. Then those devils that seem to be holding on for dear life eventually die off from what? Starvation. You stop giving it your attention. He said, no, I'm listening to you and going to do some revision for some other stuff in my. I know, okay. Hey, thank you. I love having you here. Oh, thank you, friendly introvert. Thank you. Yes, Elizabeth. Yes, yes, yes. It really is about changing your mind and being steadfast in that new state. You do have to persist. You must persevere, right? Commitment is necessary. It is very necessary. All right. And like Neville Goddard tells us to, it is required that you do a mental assessment of your thoughts so you can know what you really think about a particular subject, right? What do you really think about money? But the mental assessment is not about judging it or criticizing it or condemning it, right? It's just about being aware of it. Because when you're aware of it and it doesn't, and you notice that those thoughts are limiting thoughts, that those thoughts are fearful thoughts, or those thoughts are full of doubt, now you can do what? Set about to change it. Because if you're not aware of it, how can you change it? So that's why you need 3 to 4 days to think, well, what do I really think about money? What do I really think about wealth? What do I think about wealthy people? What is my mindset? Am I jealous of them? Am I envious of them? Do I think they have too much? Do I think it shouldn't be billionaires in the world? Like, what do I really think about health? How do I really perceive health? Right? Do I really believe that health is for me, that I actually can demonstrate health? Right? And you're just again becoming aware of those thoughts. And once you become aware of them, now you can say, oh, that's a limiting mindset. That's based in fear. Okay, now I must set about to change this because we no longer operate from that mindset. We weren't given the spirit of fear. We were given a love, power, and a sound mind. And so we, as I say here on the screen, the greatest commandment, the only transforming power is love. Because God is love, and God is the only creative power. The creative power in man is the mind. And its essence is love. And then you have to understand what love is, right? Because I know it's been watered down, it's been diluted, and people don't really understand what it means. Oh, thank you, Megan. Love that. Yep, say you are source. Yes. Oh, thank you, Asia Love. Welcome. So yeah, just jotting down what you think. Exactly. So I had to stop talking about money in a negative mindset and saying I'm so abundant. And yep. You really do have to transform. You got to change that mind. Got to really do change your mind. But how you going to change it if you're not aware of it? How are you going to change your mind if you don't realize that you think negatively or speak negatively about things? Yeah, say, yep, you will. Yep. It's already yours, Jake. Already yours. So I definitely get triggered when my husband shows up the way I desire. You said you get triggered when he shows up the way you desire? Or the way you don't want, or the way you don't desire it. Right. You have it, exactly. Hey, coffee break. Oh, thank you for joining. Happy Monday. Yep. Unconditional love. Yep. And the way you can, in the way you really transform that, babe, travel, is really loving you. Like really loving you. Because when you really love you, then you'll see, then your husband will know how to love you. Your husband will show up in the version of love because you are love. Remember, your world is your mirror. Your husband is mirroring you. He's projecting you or reflecting you back to you. So tell yourself how awesome it is to have a wonderful husband that adores you, that can't get enough of you, that, is, even if you want to use, is passionate about you, right? Because that's who you are. You just, you ooze and what's a good word? Vibrate, sensuality and love and kindness and sensitivity and warmth. All right. That how do you want your husband to see you? So you see yourself that way, right? Because he's your mirror. So how do you want to show up in the mirror, right? If you're gonna show up in the mirror as smiling, what you have to do, you have to smile. That's the only way the mirror is going to reflect it back to you. It's only going to smile if you do. So when you love you, everyone around you loves you because you are love, and it must be reflected back to you. Oh, so you haven't truly forgiven. You have to work on the forgiveness, babe travel. You have to work on the forgiveness, and forgiveness truly does mean to forget. You have to let it go. Can't live in the old state. Have to die to those memories. Leave those past experiences where they are in the past. Let the dead bury the dead. Stop resurrecting those dead bones. Stop giving it life and focus on the now, the love you're experiencing now, the joy you're experiencing now, the good you're experiencing now. It's all about now. Oh, nice, all love. Oh, you like to color? That's cool. Hey, Franny said, what good book would I recommend? Oh, it's a lot of good books out there. Because it's really about the authors that I would recommend, because they all have really good books, like Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy, Florence Scovel Shinn, Genevieve Brand. I think that's how you say her name. Brand. I think it's Brehend. If you're not so much into the biblical side of it. See, I don't really read anyone that doesn't teach from the biblical perspective, but Dr. Joseph Murphy is very diverse. So even though he does teach biblically, all of his books aren't so heavily based in scripture. So you could read Dr. Joseph Murphy without being bombarded with scriptures. Like, Neville Goddard's teachings are heavily based in the scriptures, where Dr. Joseph Murphy, he does teach from that standpoint, but because I think he was a chemist or some type of scientist, he also gives you that standpoint, so it's mixed in really good that way. So his isn't so heavily biblically based. Saying when we show up for ourselves, others will eventually start to reflect back to you. Yup, that's it. He said, how do you manifest $10,000, Susu? So you're going to see yourself. You're going to live in the end of already having the money, right? Live in the end. So what are you doing with this $10,000, right? Are you using it as a down payment for a home? Are you using it to purchase a house? Are you using it to pay off debt? Like, what are you doing with this $10,000? Is it financial freedom for you? Like, what does that look like? And then live from that state. Live from the state in your mind as though you have the $10,000. So a person that has the $10,000, what is she doing? Are you taking yourself out to dinner? Are you going on your trip a vacation you've always wanted to go? Like what, right? Because you want to get the naturalness of having a $10,000. You want to create the realness of being the person that has the $10,000. So you have to see yourself as already having it. Not trying to figure out how and not trying to figure out when. We're detaching from that state. And we're also detaching from the state of the person who doesn't have it. We're attaching ourselves to the state of already having the $10,000. He said people talk about reality shifting to other girls, and I was still thinking, can I have this thing? Right. I'm not really into I'm not trying to escape this world. I came to this world for a reason. So, hey, if they mean shifting to other worlds as in shifting to a different reality, to the reality in which I have the manifestation, okay, I'm good with that. But if they're talking about shifting in other worlds to like escape this one, where are you going? There's nowhere to go. It's all imaginative. Hey, Ashley. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Hope you're doing the same. Yes. Yes. Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Yep, babe. Travel. Gotta let that old story go. It is a lot of good books. Oh, okay, yes. I mean, I know it's many that I haven't read because I'm not in the 400 book club. I'm not desiring to be overwhelmed with like reading 400. I guess maybe over a lifetime or whatever. But if they're all saying the same thing, right? And I guess you may read a different book just to like get a different perspective, but if it should be saying the same thing, right? Some of them may delve a little deeper into the inner workings of the brain, right? The different parts of the brain that work together to help us manifest the reality, or the different inner workings of the 12 systems of the body and how they all work together to manifest, But I don't need to know the intricacies of the brain to be able to utilize the law. My whole thing is learning to master the law. I just want to be able to operate in that flow state of already being. Yes, I read that book. I have that book too, Vanessa. Yep. Yes. The Game of Life and How to Play it. Yep. Susu, yep. Hey, D. Hey, Lady D. Welcome. Yep. Power of Subconscious Mind. Yep. Okay. So then you can imagine it's already in your bank account. It's already there. Whether it's in your checking or in your savings. All right. This time I'm shifting my reality. It was nice knowing you. See, once it happens. Hey. I ain't mad at that, Mariah. Right. You see, I'm going to my man's house, the one with the face. See, right. I think her name is Genevieve. It's in that that app, the You Are Creators app. The Law of Attraction Library. You can find her books in there, Genevieve. Because the app is on my phone and I'm using the phone while I do this live. You said you definitely read a lot of books. Okay, Vanessa. Yes, for research. Yes, welcome. Oh, you're welcome, friendly introvert. Oh, you said it's not working, Markel J? Hey, Des, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Luna, welcome. Yep. Game of Life and How to Play It, one of the first books I read. I read that one too. I read the Kabbalion too. Yep. Yep. Yes, the Law of Attraction Library is an app. Yep. But you can also find it on YouTube. So I think Berand, is it Behrend? That may be how you spell her. Genevieve. It's either Berand or I think it's Berand. Berand, if I can remember. But I remember seeing the book on the Law of Attraction Library. Okay, yep, Genevieve Berand. Okay, yep. That's how I thought it was. Yep, thank you. Oh, really? Oh, thank you, Des. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the community. Thank you, thank you. I actually haven't tried to use in Markel J, because a lot of those books on there I've already read. Right now, I'm rereading some of Joseph Murphy's books. And I don't necessarily have to read the app for that, because there are some, there is a good website. Let me look, it's on my iPad, that you can get a lot of these books for free on PDF as well. Let me see, I have them in my books on my iPad. Give you one of, the website. It's called The Law of Attraction Haven. So it has free PDF books on the Law of Attraction and metaphysics. It's called The Law of Attraction Haven. So that's where you can get a lot of free Neville books, Dr. Joseph Murphy books. He has a lot of different authors on there. Let me see, I'm about to open up the website now. The different free ones that he offers. So the favorite authors they have listed is U.S. Anderson, Joseph Benner, Napoleon Hill, like I said, Neville Goddard and Joseph Murphy, Catherine Ponder. I've read a couple of books of hers. Wallace D. Wattles, I've read his book too. Yeah. James Allen, you can find a lot of James Allen's writings on this website as well. Yep. William Walker Atkinson. Yep. Genevieve Berand. Yep. At least he has a lot of different authors in the free books on here for those that are looking to search out other authors and see other points of view regarding metaphysics. So yes, like I said, but the Kabbalion or the Hermetica, I heard people I've read the Kabbalion, but I didn't. Is that different from the Hermetica? Is the Kabbalion different from the Hermetica? Or are they one and the same? Oh, you're welcome, Faye. Oh yes, Elizabeth. Yes, I'm reading the Miracles of Your Mind. I think that's the name of it. Oh, nice, Markel. Okay. Yep, the Law of Attraction Haven, Babe Travel. Hey, Moni J, welcome, welcome. Hey, Dream Woman. Happy Monday. Yes, there's many authors out there, right? Many authors. As long as they're telling you about being and less doing, you're on the right track. that there's nothing to do. You just have to learn to be. And you really must learn to love yourself. Love, love, love yourself. That should be the focus. The greatest love of all is learning to love yourself. Love you. And then the world just will show up differently for you. Oh, oh, awesome, awesome. That is so awesome, Dream Woman. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, love it, love it, love it. Amazing, Dream Woman. Yes. It said it came 2 weeks within each other. Yes. Of course, you can affirm anything. There's no limitations. You're a limitless being. All things are possible to them that what? Believe. And you just proven to yourself that stress and worry is what hinders, right? You said all you had to do, and do you know that the moment you asked, that was the affirmation? I don't know what do we think affirm means? To state it as so. There's nowhere in the Bible that it says you got to keep saying it over and over and over again. It says to persist in faith, not persist in saying the thing 1,000 times, right? He said the Bible actually is against repetition. He who of his much speaking think that he can change anything. Let me find that scripture. Yes, yes. Because some things you make it greater than yourself. Some things you're putting on a pedestal. Some things you are deciding to stress over. Because you're telling yourself this one seems a little bit more difficult. You're putting certain things in different boxes. When to consciousness is all the same. Consciousness isn't differentiating between your desire. You are. You're saying, ooh, this one, I don't really got to worry about that one. This one, ooh, if the things don't happen right for me, then oh my goodness, I don't know what I'm going to do, right? So you're already preparing for the worst. You're already in the back of your mind thinking that it can't work out. It said, you can take your attention from your desire. I promise you, as I am, won't forget it. Yup. It won't forget. It won't forget. It will not forget. Right, vain repetition. Right, vain repetition. Right. That's it. Thank you, Jake. That's it. Oh, thank you, Luna. Thank you for the share. Yep, vain repetition is wavering. Yep, going back and forth. Yep. And you don't have to try to come up with these, big old flourishing statements or, soliloquies, right? You don't have to come up with this big old soliloquy. It don't have to be some long, drawn out statement. Keep it simple, short and sweet, concise, right? Just get right to the point. What is it that you want? And keep the 3 to 5 word sentence is all you need. It don't got to be no long, drawn out, Exactly, Jake. Exactly. You're not required to say it 10,000 times. But you're building your faith dream, woman. You're showing yourself just how easy it is, right? Right? You're showing yourself just how easy it is. So repeating is just nice food for the subconscious. Who don't like eating their favorite food? I know, right? Who don't like eating their favorite food? Love that. Yep. So this is the scripture I was talking about. Matthew 6 and 7. But when you pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Right? Like I said, it's not about these long, drawn out, fancy speeches, right? The Father already knows what you have need of before you even pray. So what is prayer? Giving thanks for the desire. That's the purpose of prayer. Prayer isn't about trying to get God to do something that's already done. Prayer is about appreciation for what already has been done. Right? You're saying thank you for the thing already being done, even though you can't see it. Can you be thankful for something you can't physically see? So naturally, some things I accept and I'll say happen some way, somehow, and let it. Yes, yes. Yeah, but it just comes with practice, right? But we've all missed the mark. You're not the only one. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. We all have sinned. We've all missed the mark. We've all missed our aims in life. It's okay. The just man falleth 7 times, but he gets up. Right? When you sin, you're only required to what? Repent. Repent. That's it. Change your mind about it. Course correct. Get your mind right. So if God did it then, he'll do it again. Right? If it was done over here, it'd be done over here too. Nothing shall be impossible to my God. All things are possible to them that believe. Right, right. That is so true, Jake. Yep. We get so caught up on the rational mind though. I said it 8,000 times. Yep. Yep. You come out of meditation and you think in 5 minutes you're supposed to see it. You just got through with meditation. And here's the thing, that can absolutely happen. It can absolutely happen. But if it doesn't, you're not supposed to get your panties all in a bunch. You're not supposed to get all tight in the throat. You're not supposed to get all tense. That's because after, your 15 minutes of meditation, you don't see the thing that you've asked for. It's already done. Chill out. It's done. It will show up. It most certainly will show up. As day follows the night, it will surely come. Because why? It's already done. Since it's already done, there's nothing for you to do. Just be. Yep, I see it when I believe it. That's why a lot of times we don't see it. Hey Deanna, welcome, welcome. Hey Chloe, hey. Yep. And we've all been there. We've all been there. No one is above reproach. Yep. You got to believe it, then you'll see it. The only thing we have to train ourselves from is trying to do something to make it so. We got to learn to take our grubby hands off of it. That's what trust and faith comes in. When you can stop trying to make it so, because it's already so. Hey, Joy Noel. Hey. You don't have to look for something you already have that you know is already there. So any thoughts on purging, being the new version of yourself? So purging, I will say, is the same as fasting. Fasting is about starving out the old man, the old mind. And how do you starve out the old man, the old mind? All you have to do is take your attention away from it. Now you're going to feast upon the new identity. So now that you're this new person, how does this new person think? How is this new person showing up in the world? And you're doing this all mentally, right? This is all happening mentally. Now, some people, for the reality to seem real to them, they feel like they have to do something external. It's not necessary. But for some, they feel like, oh, the only way I'm going to really believe I have the car is I have to go test drive it. The only way I can believe I'm really going to have the car, I have to go get all the specs. I have to touch and feel the car. Like, that's the only way it'll feel real to me. No judgment. If that's what's going to give you the reality of you having it, by all means do it. Is it necessary? Not necessary. You can just as easily just say, I already own the car. It's already mine. I don't know how, I don't know when. I just know the end, as Aaron told us. Right? I don't know how, I don't know when. I just know the end. And the end is I have this car. It's about identifying with the new state. That's what it's all about. And how do you die to the old that you may embrace the new? You have to take your attention away from the old. You got to stop talking about the old stuff. You got to stop complaining about things that happened in the past. You have to now not think the way you used to think, right? You have to completely die to that state and then completely give your attention to the new state. It's already done. Oh, it's already done. Yes, I never heard of it, the purges, Jake. So I just put my own spin on it and equated it to fasting. Purging, I don't really know what that is. So I just equated it to fasting. Yep, tell a new story. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yep. Yes, you have. Oh, yes, you have. So the good news is your submind doesn't know if you affirm from lack unless you started talking. Yep. The subconscious mind only cares about what you're giving your attention to. That's all. So I can't wait for my gym equipment. I don't come. Yes, yes. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Yes, yes. Nice. Beautiful, beautiful. That Mercedes coupe. That's nice. Yep. Just tell the story. You gotta remain faithful to the new story. That's really it. Yes, that Monster 3. Yes, yes, yes. So you going on a fast? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, the only fast I do are mental diets. That's the only fasting I do is mental diets. I change the way I think. Put my focus on the new story. You say, how do I do my mental diet? I decide to pay attention to my thoughts, be really mindful, and not give over to the fear, the doubt, the limiting beliefs, right? So it's really about the awareness of my thoughts. To really be mindful of the thoughts I'm thinking and make sure that they align with the new version of me. Oh, yes, I'm going to go fast in my car. Yep, Phoenix, yep. You say, do I waver often? No, I wouldn't say that I waver often. Have I wavered? Yes. Is it often? No. I wavered when I first started going live. So I had to take a couple of months in between when I first started going live and then when I decided to go live, and now I've been consistent with it. I wavered at first because when I first went live, I would have like 1 or 2 people in my live, and I could tell that I wasn't comfortable with it, right? And so I took a moment. This was really like a couple of months. Took a step back and got my mind right. Had to get my mind right. And I actually, Emmett Fox has a 7-day mental diet. If you want to know a little bit more greater detail, a little more greater explanation of the mental diet, you can find that on YouTube. Emmett Fox mental diet. And so, yes, and then when I got back on the saddle again, when I went back live, it was on and popping. It was like, then I end up having a couple of viral videos. My account went up. I gained about another, 6,000 followers. So yeah, it was like, yes. I'm here for it. Say it's not for the weak. It's part of life anyway. You might as well, Hey, you living life anyway, might as well. You're creating anyway. You're manifesting anyway. You might as well decide what it is you want to. You say, so reframing negative, faulty thinking to more positive. Yep, Luna, that's it. So I stopped watching creepy shows that are based on eerie. What's IRL? And then I fasted from food. Oh, okay. Yes. You say you get nervous. You'll get over it. Yeah, but sometimes you got to know when you're trying to force a thing, right? And life is not a force, right? It's a flow. It's an ease. It should be effortless. So when I recognized I was trying to try too hard, I had to step back and get my life together, get my mind together. And then now, I can easily be on here for 3 or 4 hours because I knew that I enjoyed talking about it, right? I knew that it was all about how do I present it, right? It was all about presentation, right? And not trying to be like every other creator that goes live because, you have to recognize what fits you. You got to know what you resonate with. And when you're comfortable with you, everyone else will be comfortable with you. So I had to just get comfortable with being me. So I don't care if I misspeak. I don't care if I stumble over words. I don't care if I mispronounce words. I don't. As long as the message is being conveyed, right? As long as people understand what I'm saying, that's all that really matters. And that I'm actually helping people, right? I'm not only helping you, I'm helping me, right? Because sharing this information also expands my consciousness as well. It also holds my feet to the fire, right? It also makes me accountable. At least that's how I take it. So what did I say, or what changed? That you got your mind right when you did lie. Right. I recognized I was trying to force it and I wasn't being myself. So a lot of nervousness was showing. So I had to step back and do like a self assessment as to why I was going live, and to let it come from a good place, and not trying to try too hard, right? And the next time I did it, everything just flowed. It was just easy. It was the right moment. It was the right time. Right. So might as well think in my favor. Exactly. All right, Jake. All right. Have fun. Hey, D Rich. Hey. Say, what did I do mentally? What did you say? Or meditate? Meditation, did you visualize? Oh, no, I don't visualize. I'm not a visual. I'm not someone that visualize, that does, yeah, I don't visualize. I talk to myself. So I just talk to myself. And I really just stepped back. Didn't really think about it too much, right? But just took a step back and didn't really think about the lives, right? Just focused on me, continued to do my meditation, continued to do, because I had other stuff going on as well. I still was doing my content. So I still was doing my content for my TikTok. I still was doing my content for my YouTube. Like, hit the book club with my family, did the meetup groups. So I was still doing everything but the lives. And I was trying to decide, did I want to do TikTok lives or did I want to do YouTube lives? Because I did a couple of times on YouTube too. So, but I gravitated more and resonated more with the TikTok lives. So I just kept doing what I was normally doing. And then when I felt more comfortable in my mind about doing it, and I let go of how many people were coming in. Once I let go of that, worrying about how many people was here, it was easy peasy, fresh and squeezy after that. In the beginning, I was concerned about how many people I was talking to. And, and talking to, nobody for an hour. Sometimes nobody would be in my life. It was just 0 people in the live. But I would talk for like 45 minutes and I was like, okay, this seems weird. Like talking for an hour, that whole, well, do it if nobody's watching. I'm like, no, let me step out. Let me step back. That ain't working for me. That do it if nobody's watching mentality wasn't working. I was like, okay, I got to do it and not care about who's watching. That's what I noticed the difference was for me. I had to care. I had to not care how many people it was. Not that it was not anyone. I had to not care about how many it was. Oh, thank you, D Rich. Oh, thank you, Terrell. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Yep, efforting, yep. You said what is my thoughts about feelings? I've come to the realization your feelings don't matter. When you come to the realization that you are who you are, you're going to naturally feel good about it. It's about getting to the mindset that you already are that person. And so you're reprogramming the subconscious mind to accept this new version, this new reality. And I come to realize, like, it was some days when I started back doing my lives that I felt nervous. Well, I didn't allow that to keep me from doing it. I was like, oh no, body, you ain't finna dictate this here. I'm finna go on here and I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna do what I'm going to do. Whoever show up. And I find out me having like topics every day allowed me to focus more or whatever. So, You know, sometimes in my body would feel like I was being nervous or overthinking it. So I was like, I'm not even listening to you. We finna go do this anyway. And it'll be one of the best lives because I just did it anyway. I didn't let my feelings dictate. I said, no, I'm the captain of this ship. I'm the CEO of this life. Feelings don't get to dictate. I do. I don't feel anything about the Anunnaki. I feel like everything is all is everything. There's no separation. So you signed in at the right time. This is how I feel with the camera. Live people, no problem. Exactly, yes. So do you believe there's a such time as a right time, even though time is an illusion? Not so much as a right time. I feel like sometimes we force things. And so if you want to put that in a concept of time, right? So when I said that, when I talked about time in my illustration, it was more of me saying I was forcing it as opposed to allowing it and just letting it flow. So when I said it was time, right time, it wasn't so much about, oh, I should have did it on a Monday, but I did it on Friday. Not that. It was more of like, was I trying to make a thing so, as opposed to realizing it's already so. This is what I do. I go live. But I was too in my head about results, right? Instead of knowing that I know that I already have a community, I was too much in my head about what that should look like. And that's not my work. How it shows up, how it comes, how it expresses itself, not my concern. Just do what I know what to do. I know the law. I know how to teach law. I have a very good understanding of it. I've had enough deliberate creations to be able to share with others to show that this thing is real, that it really is your thoughts that create your reality. And through that knowing, I've come to other realizations or revelations. That's how I come to the realization my feelings don't matter. I get to tell my feelings how to feel, just like I get to tell my thoughts how to think. Right. Say, just don't dwell at them. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Babe Travel. Thank you. Say, I'm making a difference in two people's life. When if I have two people. How did I tell myself I'm making a difference in people's lives, even if I have two people? Yeah, I'm just telling you how I came to my conclusion. It's not going to be the same way for everyone else, right? Everyone else have their own journey. Everybody else is going to get to their destination differently. This is not a one size fits all or cookie cutter thing. I'm just saying this is how I was perceiving my reality, and I was realizing I wasn't being I wasn't enjoying it, all right, because I was too caught up in being nervous or whatever, however you want to describe it. So it was just, because I knew I was helping people before I even went live, right? Because I had people in my YouTube comments as well as on my TikTok pages telling me that they have been watching me and how the difference that I had made, right? So I already knew that was a thing way before I went on live. I already knew that the information I was sharing was making a difference, right? I was just like many of us, when we decide to become content creators, we get caught up on the numbers, right? A lot of us are concerned with, ooh, can I go viral? Can I get to 10,000K? Can I get to 100,000K? Can I be in the creator what's it called, creator fund or whatever it's called, right? We start to compare ourselves to others. So yes, I was guilty of that too. So that's why I had to take a step back and as Abraham Hicks would say, recalibrate, right? Reassess my thoughts, reassess the reason why I'm doing it. And I had to realize that it doesn't matter how many people are following me, it's how many people's lives are being changed, right? Because a lot of times we do get caught up, well, oh, this person has 100,000 followers or subscribers and I only have this many. So you have to like realize, well, are you doing it for the followers and the subscribers, or are you doing it because you know it's the truth and you know it's going to transform someone's life? So that's what I had to, even if I never reach 10,000, the 9,999 or how many I got now, 8,400 followers and 1,000 I have on TikTok, as long as one person's life is changed, that should be enough, right? That's what you have to, if one person's life is changed from your message, from the way you convey this truth, that's all, that should be enough. And that's what I tell myself, that should be enough. Does that mean that you don't have goals, that you don't have aims, that you still don't desire the 100,000 subscribers or followers? No, that doesn't mean that, but you get to be okay where you are, right? And it's all about being thankful and okay where you are. So that's why I had to come to realization. I had to learn to be okay where I was and not compare myself to others. Hey, Luna, so you said, what are my thoughts on unanswered prayers? Well, I don't really, let me see. An unanswered prayer. Do we miss the mark? Yes. Do we miss our aims? Yes, we do. It's just that you just have to be like, okay with it. I mean, you just have to refocus your mind, really. And you have to come to a realization, the only reason that prayer wasn't answered is because I didn't truly believe I could have it. Because if I truly believed I could have it, I would. If I truly had the faith that it will come into my reality, it would have came into my reality. The fault is not in the law, right? The fault is in the user, right? The user. We are the user. We are the operant power. Said, I see myself reaching people through music, but I've been caught up in the numbers. Yep, 11. Yeah. We're all guilty of that, right? We all get caught up in appearances. Nope, it does not mean God did not answer your prayer because you are God. It just means that you just have to ask yourself that you have faith, that you really believe it was possible for you. And if you didn't believe that it was possible for you, what's stopping you from believing it now? What's keeping you from trusting now? Nope, you don't need to try harder. Just means you need to trust, not try. It's not about trying. It's not about making something happen. It's about convincing yourself that it's already done. So it's okay, so have you been telling yourself, like right before you go to bed, that, my subconscious mind knows all the answers and will bring them back to my remembrance the day of the exam. My subconscious mind knows all the answers and will bring them to my surface mind the day of the exam. See that you know the answers. You're just telling yourself you don't. You've convinced yourself you don't know when you actually do. Yep, and that's a good thing too. And what how do you study? How do you allow yourself to remember things? Have you tried all of the tips when it comes to studying? Because I'm sure you've been studying, right? So it's not from a lack of studying, right? As this user bracket Sandra Kings, welcome. Is suggesting it's not because you're not studying, right? You are studying for the test, correct? Okay, right. So is your concern, do you worry that you're not going to pass? Like, do you have this deep feeling like, oh my goodness, like, do you get really nervous before tests? So once you start retraining yourself, right? Because if you're worrying, you're creating the experience that you don't want to have. Yep. So all of that is creating. So you're operating in a fear mindset, right? You're creating the thing the thing that you feared has come upon you. You're fearing that you won't pass, and you're letting that overtake you. And so now you're going to refocus the mind and remind yourself, you know this. You know the answers. You've done all the studying. You've been to all the groups. You took all the tests, the practice tests. You know this. You know this. You know it. You absolutely know it. You've prepared for it. Trust that. And remind yourself that the greater part of you is guiding you and bringing everything back to your remembrance because you've already put it in you. And the subconscious mind knows it all anyway. And so you're going to tap into that power that already knows. Yes, I mean, you've done it all. Trust that you already know. Yeah, you really do know it. Yeah, but you just gotta claim it. Yes, claim it. You do know it. Like, doesn't that give you relief? Like, yeah, I actually do know it. I've studied, I've did everything. Yes, yes, yeah. Yep, you got this. You got this. You got it. No more worries. What is faith and prayer? What do you mean by faith and prayer? Bracket Sandra. What is faith and prayer? Define faith and prayer. Right. Thanks, Mom. Exactly. We don't teach begging here. You're exactly right. That type of prayer does not work. We're in agreement. Prayer is not about begging or pleading for something to happen. We're on the same page. You're exactly right. I agree with you. You ain't supposed to beg for nothing. We're not beggars. Say, I have a question. If feelings don't matter, why would nervousness affect the outcome? That's because you're giving over to it. When I say it doesn't matter, I'm saying you don't allow it to rule you. You don't allow it to take over. So you're saying faith and belief are different? Because I say faith and belief are the exact same thing. Yep. Yep. Oh, you're welcome, Monty J. Yes, I didn't say that your feelings don't exist, right? I didn't say feelings don't exist. I said feelings don't matter. You don't let them control you. You don't let it dictate what you can and cannot have, right? You don't let fear and doubt run your life. You don't allow it to keep you from experiencing your good. Yep, faith is believing in the unseen. Right, faith and believe. Yes, you can use one to define the other. Yep, faith. Faith. He actually should have said faith is the secret or thinking is the secret, because he tells you he's not talking about emotions. He tells you he's not talking about your feelings, right? Because when Neville talks about manifesting, when he visualizes, what do? He incorporates the five senses in his mind, right? He says, hear of someone telling you congratulations, feel or touch their hand, right? Smell the scent, right? He's incorporating the five senses. He's not, now he will say catch the mood and all of that, but when he visualizes, he's talking about things that he can see inwardly, and he's experiencing it now in his mind with the five senses. Right, Terrell. No, it's not about emotions. Yep, crazy how our mind works when we really do this. Yep, believing. Yep, believing. Trusting, knowing. It's an inner knowing. It's a Knowing is almost hard to describe, because it's like a relief you have within you. So when I manifest things that I knew was going to happen, right? I didn't question. There wasn't like this overwhelming excitement or overjoyment of me knowing, right? The joy and overwhelming excitement really doesn't come until I experience or I'm telling someone about the manifestation. But when I told myself that I was going to enjoy my 12-hour flight, there was no, oh my God, I can't wait to the flight. No, I just had a peace, a relief, a knowing that, oh yeah, my flight. When I said that I was going to get the upgraded seat, I wasn't like, ooh, I wonder what that's going to look. Let me imagine me being in first class. Nope, didn't have to do any of that. I was just like, I'm going to get it. The only thought that came to my mind was, when are they going to tell me? And I quickly let that go. I said, oh, it's already done. I don't need to know how they're going to tell me. It's already done. And then I was told the night before that I was getting the upgraded seat. Right? Like, we manifested a free refrigerator. We didn't even know. We were just saying we wanted a refrigerator for the garage. And then things happened where a neighbor's parents gave us a free refrigerator because my husband did work on their car. We wanted to refinance our home because when we originally got the home, we got HUD financing. After 2 years, we was able to refinance with a lower rate with no more money, and our home had appreciated in value by $80,000 after 2 years. And I mean, when I manifest, it isn't some giddiness that happens. It's a knowingness that happens. It's a relief that takes place for me. Now, for others, it may be totally different. For others, like I said, everybody got their own journey. Everybody got their own experiences. For me, I don't visualize. I don't have to see it before it happens. I just have to speak it and know that it's so. And because I speak it, it must be so. You say we feel emotions. We don't emote emotions. Okay. So I be sitting here sometimes and be shocked at what I just seen, what I just felt. Right. Right. You said feeling and emotions are different. Okay. Hey, Gigi, welcome. Welcome. Yes, yes. Say, this is so true. You have to be at peace with it. Yes. Hey, what's that pinpoint? Welcome, welcome. Exactly. Yes. You can tell yourself you feel something more positive. You can tell yourself all is well. All is well. So that the relief comes, that the peace in your mind, like you said, peace be still. You want to still the mind and just know. Say with law of assumption, you don't even need to visualize. Just assume you have to think and stay. Yep. Yep. Asia love. Yep. So it sounds like Helen Hassell's spec method. Yes, is that the one that was winning all of those sweepstakes money? Said this is good. I had just wrote down the absolute feeling trust of what you know. Yep. Absolute feeling trust of what you know. Exactly. Say I was thinking about pork chops and my hubby got some, right? Say you got to be careful that you're not confusing being anxious with excitement. Right. That's why I don't allow the feeling mechanism to even play a part. All I know is all I have to do is speak the word. Just speak the word. Trust, know that what you said must come to pass. That the word that you send out shall not return unto you void. Death and life are in the power of what? The tongue. And those that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. It's as a man thinks in his heart, mind, so is he. It's what you think about all day long is who you are. What are you thinking about? Because you're creating. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. How does Reverend Ike say it? That God is the thought and the Lord is the law in which thought operates? It's your words that you are justified, and by your words are you condemned. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your what? Mind. It's your mind to put off the former conversation and be renewed in the spirit of your mind. It's your thoughts that turn to things. It's your thoughts are things. Feelings are things. Your thoughts will naturally create the excitement when you give your attention to the desired reality. You're going to naturally feel good. How can you not naturally feel good when you realize you already have that what you've asked for? That is a byproduct of thought. You're telling yourself you already are that. Isn't that a natural thing that's going to arise in you? The feeling of knowing. Yes, whatchamacallit. Yes, yes, love it, love it. Yes, Monty J. Yes, you can interpret it however you want, right? Because it's your thought about it. Exactly. You said you feel nervous, but you call it excitement. Again, it's your thought about it. You interpreted, you gave the feeling meaning through what? Your thought about it. It's what you thought about it. Because you could have easily said this nervousness is what? Fear. This nervousness is doubt. But no, you decided to call the nervousness excitement. You decided to give it a different meaning through the thought you were thinking. Hey, Aaron. It's what you think you create. Thoughts literally are things. They show up as the people, the places, the ideas, the feelings, the events, the circumstances, the situations. See, that's what's so interesting about English. We can make words mean anything we want. We can make words mean anything we want because what? We give meaning to life. What you want me to explain again, Aaron? That we can make words mean anything we want? That's what's so special about English, which I'm sure that's special about every language. I'm sure in every language there's a slang, right? How to give meaning to something, the physical feeling. Right. You can decide, like Monty J said, that the nervousness that she will feel in her stomach, she would just call it excitement. When someone else would say the nervousness was fear or doubt, right? She changed the meaning of it. She gave it a positive spin instead of giving over to what? The negativity. She decided to give it what? Positive reinforcement. Like this nervousness, this is excitement. This is a joy. This is happy expectation that I'm feeling. What? Because she's telling her body how to feel. That's the power we have. We're the operant power. We get to tell our mind what to think, and we get to tell our body what to feel. We're the captain of the ship. The body always follows the mind. Always. Yes, a rose by any other name is just as sweet. Exactly. Hey, Rain. Hi. Yes, I'm doing awesome. I hope you're doing the same. Happy Monday. Yes. Spam likely. In order to manifest the weight and keep it off, you must have a change. You must change your self-concept. Changing your self-concept is key. Before you do any diets, before you do any weight training, before you do any, go to any gym, get your mind right. See yourself as already being the body you desire to have. See yourself as already physically fit. Work on your mind. Impress the subconscious with, my body is already beautiful. I love my curves. I love everything about it. It's physically fit. It looks awesome. It's the perfect size and weight. That's what you're going to impress the subconscious before you do anything. And you're going to impress the subconscious with that belief. And then in a way you do not know. You may decide, I'm going to take a dance class just for the fun of it. You may decide, I'm going to walk a little bit more because I'm going to enjoy nature. I just want to get out more. You may decide to go get a gym membership. Maybe not. You may end up doing nothing. Just wake up 2 weeks from now and notice, oh man, I haven't changed nothing. I lost 10 pounds. It was that easy. All I had to do was tell my body it looked good. And that's all. Say what now? That's all I had to do. I lost 15 pounds. pounds and all I had to do was love my body? Yes, love your body. Love is the only transforming power. And then, because you love your body, you can keep it off. Just don't stop loving your body. Continue to love your body. Thanks, Aaron. Yep, tell your emotions what to feel. Yep, I love me some red light, Gigi. Crystal, it's already done. What you mean? It's already done. I'm saying you're not going to notice it for maybe another 2 weeks. But the moment you asked, I answered. You're going to look up and be like, oh, dang. You're not even going to realize it was 2 or 3 weeks. You're not even going to have no concept of time. You're just going to one day look in the mirror, be putting on some clothes, checking yourself on the scale, and you're going to be realizing, like, what? How that happened? I lost 20 pounds, and I can't think for the life of me what I did different. Other than I started loving me. I really started loving me. I started telling my body how beautiful it was. How I love every inch, every curve. That it's the perfect fit. It's in the perfect condition. The perfect size. The perfect weight. I just kept telling myself that as I went to sleep in my meditations. When I woke up. When I cooked. When I cleaned. When I looked in the mirror. When I got dressed. And I just kept telling myself, ooh. You snatched. You look good. You know, if you're a man, you're like, ooh, I look buff. Look at that. Look at these muscles. Look at that definition. And I remember, I had to could barely button up my pants. Now look how much space I got in this. I got to downsize. My clothes too baggy. It's time for me to go shopping. The key is not to check. Not to be checking and seeing, ooh, I wonder. Nope. Just love on you. Just love on you. Yep, it's already done, Crystal. It's already done. So I remember when I decided last year that I wanted to be in a relationship, that was when my now SP showed up. Okay, yes, but woo, I was still the virgin who was single. Ooh. That self-concept is everything. It's everything. I say my goal. Wait, like I already have it. I eat whatever I want and still my idea. Yes, Gigi, yes. I say all the clothes in my closet are too big for me. Yes, Megan, yes. You'll find the words that resonate with you, right? You'll find what resonates, but it's all about being the person that it has the fit body now, right? You're not waiting to see it to be grateful for it, right? To appreciate it, to identify with it. You're going to identify with it now. You're not going to wait because it's now. Now is the only time there is. You only have now. You can't say, well, I'll appreciate it when I lose the 30 pounds. I'll like it when I lose the 50 pounds. But then you may never, because that 50 pounds may take, losing them 50 pounds may never come. Because you don't even see yourself as already being that person. Or if you do lose the 50 pounds, you're going to put that back on plus 20 more. That's why a lot of people that lose the weight can't keep it off. Why? Because they never changed their mind. They never became that person. They were focused on fixing the outer as opposed to working on the inner. But it's inside out. Always have been, always will be. Yes, 11. Yes. Yes, Coutures. Yes, that's true. Yup. Not the way, Aaron. Not the way. That's not the way. You got to see it as being so now. Yep. Seeing it outside of now, somewhere in the future. Yep. That's why you never experience it. Because you say someday. As Reverend Ike said, someday, I don't know no someday. They got a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, but ain't no such thing as no someday. Reverend Ike he be bringing it, boy. He funny too. He'll help you get your mind right. I'm talking about some someday. Ain't no someday. Someday never comes. Yep. Nah, Rev Ike don't play. He don't play. Yes, Aaron. Yes, it is so simple and easy. And that's what I'm here to help us refocus the mind and realize how simple it is. And it's also helping me. I'm also reminding myself, it really is this simple. Keep it simple. Keep it super simple. No need to complicate it. It really is that simple. It really is. You just got to keep telling yourself, no force, no struggle, no strain. The effortless way. The effortless way. As some people say, like, I was praying for this and then the opposite was how I was getting the opposite result. The other thing was happening. And how come, it got worse before it got better? Not even got better. It just kept getting worse because they were forcing it. That's when Dr. Joseph Murphy said his clients were coming back saying to him, I was saying I'm wealthy. I was saying I'm wealthy and my finances got worse. And he was like, for one, you were saying something that your subconscious wasn't ready to accept, right? And so he said that sometimes when you may not recognize that although you're saying it, it's like what Abraham Hicks would say, right? It's the thought behind the thought. So even though you're saying you're wealthy, the thought behind that thought is like, no, you're not. You poor. You poor. You poor. So even though you kept saying, I'm wealthy, I'm wealthy, I'm wealthy, you actually were feeling, I don't have enough, I'm poor, you're actually thinking this. You actually don't have faith in the belief that you're wealthy. You actually have more faith in the fact that you don't have enough. You have more faith so when I'm saying feeling, I'm talking about faith. So that's why I changed the word. You actually have faith, or you're believing that you're actually not wealthy. So he would say, go general. Instead of saying, I am wealthy, just focus on wealth and success. Wealth and success. Wealth and success. And just see the difference between saying, I am wealthy, and see the difference, wealth and success. Wealth and success. And then also, he was even saying that just say, every day I'm becoming financially free, right? Like it's a gradual thing, right? Like it's something that's happening, on an everyday basis, right? Because it's all about how you can get the subconscious to accept what you're saying. Which is why I understand people would use the robotic affirming, right? Or why people would use the sleep tapes, right? Because at that time, your conscious mind isn't arguing with your new belief that you're impressing, right? So that's why people will say, well, I can use sleep meditation, or I could use, robotic affirming, because at that time you're just saying stuff over and over again, but your conscious mind isn't in a position to argue what you're saying. Yep. So when I start questioning, I remind myself who's in charge. Yep. Oh, you're done coloring. Oh, I'm sure it's beautiful. All love. Yeah, she said, how do you fix that? Yeah. I gave some examples of what Joseph Murphy was saying. Yep, faith comes by hearing, so keep saying it. Say, tell your opposite thoughts to go. I rebuke them and cast them away. Yes, yes. It's like an old life is trying to stay alive. A new big batch of bills to get the attention. Yep, yep, yep. That's why you can't give over to appearances or circumstances, right? You can't allow that old reality to take precedence, right? No, you have to say, I don't care. No, you can view the bills as something else. Some people will see bills as checks, right? And see themselves writing checks to themselves as opposed to a bill. It's really all about however you want to manipulate your reality. Remember, it's your reality. You get to manipulate it in the way you want it to be. As I state many times, Terrell, all techniques work. Because it's always dependent upon the user, right? It's whatever you can believe. It is always done unto you as you believe. So if you believe this thing will work, then it will work because you said it would. Yep, to the old and away from the new affirmations. Yep. Say just like Florence Scovel's skin. I don't know what I'm saying. Skin. Just like Florence Scovel Shin said, I break the old records of thoughts and play new ones. Yes, love that. Yep. Listen, love, holistic, mystic, welcome. Speak to 3D and tell it to change, just like Jesus did with the fig. Yep. Yep. Hey, Kevin. Say Kevin. Say Jaden Daniels. Boy, Kevin, Lord, we just knew we had that game. We played bad for 3 quarters. We come back in the 4th quarter. We just knew we came and stole one. And they said, nope, psych your mind. Jaden Den's like, y'all ain't coming in my house and taking this game out in 4th quarter. Hey, he said, might ask you a personal question about your spiritual journey from the broad road to the narrow. I'll see how personal it is. But go ahead, you can ask, of course. Yes, whatchamacallit, yes. No, Joy, no. No. I want them 2 seconds back. Oh, you're welcome, Tiffany. Welcome. I know, okay, I know, Dina. With Kyla Murray. Ooh. Yes, I'm going to hate. A hater's going to hate. And I'm a hater. You're right. Oh my goodness. That was a good game, though. That was a good game. Oh. Hey, okay, so you said, how did my parents and closest family receive me after the shift? Well, my parents, I never knew my biological father, and my stepdad and mom, they had passed by the time, or transitioned by the time I came into this knowledge. My grandfather on my mom's side, I actually used to do a podcast, like in 2019, I want to say. I was doing a podcast. So they used to listen to my podcast, and they used to like kind of agree with what I was saying because I would send them the podcast, and they were like, give me, they would be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Even some of my friends, family, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But the people that are in church, like my sister's very, she's a evangelist, and I have a cousin that's like a youth pastor. They're going to stay in the church unless, until something, happens. I had a few people in church that already were like, even though they were Christians, they was like, God is the God of everybody. You know, they weren't so stuck on, you know, being fundamentalists. But most of my family, they don't really say too much because I don't really talk about it, you know, with them when I'm with them. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. In the beginning, I was like, my cousin, that's the youth pastor. When I first came into the knowledge, he used to do Bible studies. So I would go to the Bible studies and it would end up becoming like an argument or a debate. So that's never edifying, right? That's never ever edifying. So it was a little hard for people to receive it because it was more like we were kind of like I said, arguing back and forth so nobody could really get an understanding of what was being said. But they know I do lives now. I know some of them catch my lives, so they know I do YouTube, so they're very aware of what I'm teaching, and I have a greater understanding than I had 5 years ago, of course, right? So yeah, my husband is on the path with me. My oldest daughter is on the path with me. So my sister-in-law also studies the law as well. So we have quite a few people in our family, especially my immediate family. Our younger children also know. My daughter realizes, even though Maya, she's come on here before and shared her success stories. So she recognizes that God is within her and it's all about a changed mind. Does she go as far as I do, like into reading metaphysical books? And no, she's just like, I know God got me. I know all I have to do is ask and it's going to happen. And the only reason it doesn't happen because I was asking for something I really didn't believe I could get. And that's the only reason I don't get it. So she has a very good understanding of what faith is and what believing in yourself is and knowing that, you know, God is love. And as long as you have faith, you can have whatever you desire. So she keeps it real simple. I'll tell you, she keeps it real simple. So he didn't care about the circumstances. Right. Hey, Duchess. Glad to have you here. Yes, all is well. Happy Monday. Yeah. Oh, hey, Mariah. You back. Say, let the questions begin. Yes, you manifested reassurance. Yes. So how can I get the full manifestation of what I want rather than sign? Stop seeking for the sign. We've already had this conversation, Mariah. I already told you, you keep wanting signs, that's all you're going to manifest. You have to live in the end of already knowing you have that what you desire, regardless of what it looks like. Remember what Creole, when she came on and she was telling us about wanting a specific position? And they were telling her it was only 10 spots and she didn't have the seniority and she wouldn't be able to get it, but she claimed it. And she told her, I'm going to get the job. She's like, that don't have nothing to do with me. And then when the postings came out, her name wasn't on there. And she was like, I'm still getting the job. And then kind of find out another lady had dropped out. And so she got the position. So you just never know how it looks. She didn't let circumstances dictate, right? So you know you can apply it. The law is no respect of person, but you have to know how to use it to your benefit. And you cannot allow circumstances to dictate. Stop seeking for signs and just trust and know that if this is a job you really desire to have, see yourself as already having it. She didn't take no for an answer. Even when it appeared as though she was not chosen for the position, she never gave up saying that position was hers. And then things manifested itself where what? She got the position. No, Terrell, no, I do not force church on my children. My children actually, my two youngest ones, well, all of them actually kind of grew up in church. My oldest daughter, I was in church when she was coming up as a child. And then I had left the church, but my children are really, really close with my sister. So when they were children, they would go to church with her. Cause I didn't see it as anything wrong because I didn't believe in heaven or hell. So I knew I don't care about them going to church with her. I knew that wasn't a real thing to begin with. And they quickly came to realize, yes, heaven and hell is not a place you go to. My son was like, why would I only do about 80, 90 years in this plane, go and spend eternity in hell for a few bad decisions or wrong decisions here in this life? I know, right? Exactly. So heaven and hell, especially the concept of hell, doesn't make sense to them. So yeah. And they're 19 and 20 now. So oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. So that's where I'm at now. No books or anything. I am, and it happens. Yes, Megan. Yes. Say thanks for sharing. I'll keep hope alive. Someone showed my video to my mother. Oh, saying she stopped. I was a daydreamer most of my life and manifested most of what I fantasize about. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you know the power of the mind. Yes, yes. For a lot of people, especially those who are that church mindset got a strong hold on our people. So yeah, that and the thing is that especially those if their parents or grandparents were like pillars of the church, like if they're pastors and ministers or evangelists, they have some type of status in the church, they're not trying to let that go. They like the power, the status quo that comes along with that whole thing, right? They like, for that reason alone, they're not gonna give it up. Right, no more signs. So stop looking for them. You got to stop looking for them. Oh, okay, Kevin, that's awesome. At 6, when you was a teenager, wow, that's what's up. That's awesome, Kevin. Yeah, I didn't start on my journey until I was like, let's see, 6 years ago. Yeah, I was 45. I was 45. So, wow. Well, it wasn't 6 years ago, it was 7 years ago. So I was 44, going on 45, because I'll be 52. So yeah, 7 years ago. Was it 7 or 6? Wait a minute. 2019. No, 6 years. So I'm right. 6 years ago, I was 45, right? So if you're holding something in your hand, you wouldn't keep believing you have it. You just, exactly. Yes, Megan. Yes. Say that again. So I've been manifesting engagement with people. People speak to me all the, oh, yes, whatchamacallit. Yes, that's awesome. That is awesome. Love that for you, whatchamacallit. Love that. So is it harder, do you think, to manifest multiple things at once? No, you could. Manifesting multiple things is really just seeing yourself in that happy state, right? And when I say happy state, I mean the state of knowing that you already are that what you desire to be, and everything, you will lack nothing, right? So this is being in that abundant mindset. In that abundant mindset. So when you have that abundant mindset, everything is just everything. Like, there are things I'm manifesting, but my life as a whole is wonderful. Like, so I have the life that I dreamed of. I'm just wanting it to expand, right? But where I am is in a really, really good place, right? So I have the good marriage, right? I'm the stay-at-home wife, right? We have, a really nice home, right? I get to travel as much as I want. I have, a nice nest egg in the bank. All right. I can go basically buy almost any designer I want if I wanted to, right? You know, I could go and buy a new car now if I wanted to, if that was a desire, right? So money is really good. Investment's really good. Like, the desire is the mainspring of life, right? So you're like, oh, okay, I have these things. What else can I manifest? Let's expand the consciousness. Let's enlarge the territory, right? As the scripture says, enlarge your territory. So let's see how more expansive I can make this life. But even though I have more desires or whatever, I want to be cognizant of the fact to remain appreciative of what I have, right? Then not to be so into wanting the shiny new object that I lose sight of the goodness that I am experiencing now. So it's that balance, right? That yes, the desire for more should still allow you to appreciate the now, the present moment. And say, hey, at Town LLC say it's a crazy demand for kids in church now that I think of it. Parents trying to brainwash ideas. Yeah, but parents don't even realize they're brainwashed too. Say the Power of Now book. Yes. Hey, Tiffany, yes. Prestige, that's the word. Yep. Yeah, but that's the thing. Church is more on the because church is a reflection of the world, right? So it has a world because church is a reflection of the world, right? So it has a worldly because church is a reflection of the world, right? So it has a worldly because church is a reflection of the world, right? So it has a worldly. Hey, Mia Slay, welcome. So people don't realize if the mind is powerful enough to keep you in torment, it can empower you. Yes. Oh, thank you, Dream Woman. You already do. You look real good. Oh, thank you. Hey, Town LLC, thank you. Yep, so it's just important that you wake up, and everyone will in their own timing, in their own way, in their own moment of now. Yep, so basically the secret of it is always assume you have what you want. Yep, the law of assumption, the law of belief, the law of being. Yep, nothing is a lot. Exactly. Have faith that you already have it, and it shall appear. Because it's already there. You're just blinded to it. You just think that it isn't there. Yeah, she said, yes, you're wealthy, Black Goddess. Yes. Yep, financial freedom. Yep. And that looks different for everyone, right? Hey, real estate Nick. Right? Financial freedom, financial wealth, independence, all looks different to each and every one of us. So I didn't know if I should focus permanently on one or two sons, blessed, wealth, one or two sons, blessed, wealth, health, travel, a couch, all of it. Oh, you're welcome, Holly. All of it. You can have it all. So I'm grateful to take a career break, go on a sabbatical, yes, to write my mini memoir. Ooh, nice. And finish metaphysical school. Okay, holistic mystic, yes. Yeah, you just got to know that church operates just like the world does, from a fear-based mentality. They think they're doing the works of God, but they actually don't know who God is. So when you don't know who God is, how can you do the works of God when you don't know who God is? They think God is some being in the sky looking down on the earthlings and trying to decide who he gonna bless and who he not gonna bless. So you say, I keep feeling excited for my money and what I'm going, ooh, yes, 11. Yes, yes. So I'm torn on what? Hey, Red Mama. Welcome, Red Mama Yeti. Yes. I'm torn on what I want sometimes. And when I meditate, I don't really get an answer on what to choose. So do you think there's a wrong choice? You say you working on manifesting it. I know. It's done. It's already done. So it's normal to go back and forth on what you want. Like some days I'll say one thing and then the next day I wake up and... I think it is. But eventually you gain clarity. Because I would say I've done that. Like when I was just talking to my daughter yesterday. So when I first came into the understanding of the law and you're told, you can have and be whatever you desire. So instantly you go to, I want more money. Like who doesn't want more money, right? So we all, I ain't gonna say we all, but I know that was my thing. If you're telling me I can have and I can be whatever I desire, well, let me see how much money I can bring into my experience. More money I can bring into my experience. So, and I was telling my daughter, I recognize that sometimes we get what I call manifestation envy. So we see other people on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, and we don't even know if they're actually living this life, but that's the life they're presenting to us, right? Like if you can't manifest making $50,000 a month, how powerful are you? Or if you can't manifest making $10,000 a week, you doing something wrong. You don't understand manifestation, right? So you start thinking that that's what it's all about, getting things. And then I had to recognize it wasn't about the getting of something. It was about being, which is totally different. But in the beginning, I was all about getting. And so with that mindset, you'll always be switching up. You'll always be changing because you were like, oh, I get this. And then if it doesn't happen right away, well, did I really want that? Because it didn't happen. Did I get it? Should I keep asking for it? Should I keep meditating on it? Should I keep seeing myself with it? Like, how long is it going to take? Well, right? So then you have to come to the realization, like, what is it that I really want? So let's take money out of the picture, right? Because money is just an idea held in mind, right? Money isn't real, as we know. It's just an idea held in mind. So let's take money out of the equation. If I could have anything I wanted, and money is out of the equation, what would that be? So I came to the realization, for me, it was freedom. And I don't need money to have freedom. I can just imagine that I am free to do whatever I want to do whenever I want to do it for however long I want to do it. That's what I truly want, freedom. And I believe that's what everyone wants. Everyone wants freedom. We think freedom can only come through having money. But there are plenty of people that don't have money laid up in their bank account, but they live like millionaires, right? They get to travel the world. They're not, they have their dream job. They're making as much money as they have desired to make, and they have the relationship. They have everything they want, and they just can do and be and go wherever they want. And they're not $1 billion rich. They don't have hundreds of millions of dollars or even tens of millions of dollars, but they're just able to just live life on their terms. And I believe that's what we all want. to live life on our terms, whatever that looks like, because it's going to look differently for everyone. Some people are going to want a 9 to 5, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? There are people that like being in business, right? That wants to work at a cubicle, that wants to work for one of these top companies, of global companies of the world. So it's just about sitting with yourself and recognizing what it is you truly want. Oh, yes, they know. They know. They definitely know holistic. Yes. So you storm between a billionaire or a trillionaire. I know that's right. You said people talking like that are a red flag for you, Mariah? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the coin of heaven is the mind. You can imagine anything in your mind, and it doesn't take money. It only takes attention. The only thing you ever have to pay is attention to your thoughts. And if it requires for money to be there, then the money will be there. It may not require for you to have the money. You can travel the world on somebody else's dime. People get trips all across the world all the time that they don't pay for. Right? Someone else, you can get a brand new wardrobe on someone else's dime. All right? There are people that live in homes that they never paid for, have no responsibility, no mortgage or anything, no rent, and get to live there and enjoy it as if it was theirs. So I've been wanting my own homestead lately. I want to live in. Oh, yes. Oh, I like that, red mama. Yes. It's not that I didn't want money. I realized that I wanted freedom. It's not that they're mutually exclusive, right? I was thinking I had to have more money because I already have money. But I was thinking I had to have more money. And I realized it wasn't that so much I wanted more money. I wanted to realize I was free and that I already have everything I needed. But do I still want more money? Yep. I still want more money. Yep. Yep. That's so is that Marie or Mary? Yes. Thinking rich is a mindset. It most certainly is. Saying, what if I want lots of lovers and my husband and they don't? It's not about what they want. It's about what you can believe you can have. If you believe that you can have lovers and a husband, everyone is going to be okay with it as long as you're okay with it. This is your reality. If you're okay with it, everyone involved will be okay with it because this is a script you're writing. So you're writing the script that everyone in my reality all love me and we all live copacetic. Everybody has an understanding. This is the life I'm creating and I love it. It's so enjoyable. If people have open marriages all the time and live wonderfully. That's not, it happens more than we think. Is everybody open about it and telling no? But it happens. And more than you probably think it does. Hey, Chance Beauty said, advice on persisting and manifesting income without a 9 to 5. You got to get the mindset of wealth. The mindset. Because when you have the mindset of wealth, you're not going to be concerned with how the money shows up, right? Because I remember there was a success story. I was just with Neville Goddard. It was a lady came to him and said she wanted him to believe that she had $10 million, right? And She wanted $10 million. So he manifested, he believed with her that she had $10 million. So she came back and said that her brother had just became and had inherited an estate worth over $100 million, and that she would get $10 million of that estate. So Neville made the statement of, that has to go through probate, and, who knows how long it may take for that to be settled and for her to get her $10 million. He said, but she had the mindset of wealth, right? She had already believed, she had already taken on the mindset of having the wealth, right? So her husband owned a church. I don't know if they owned the church, but they had a church. And she said it was this older couple. These two women came in. They didn't like they had money or anything, and decided to pay off the mortgage of their home and give them a monthly stipend for the rest of their life. I can't remember the amount of it though. I can't remember if it was $1,000 a month or $10,000 a month, but it was a certain amount of money that they would get for the rest of their life, because she had got what? The mindset of wealth. She had shifted her identity to recognize that she had the wealth. So if you can shift your identity to recognize that you're already wealthy, you already have all the money you could imagine, and don't try to figure out how it's going to happen, right? She just wanted him to believe that she had the $10 million. Did she ever get the $10 million? We don't know. We don't know if she ever got the $10 million from the estate. It doesn't say. It just said that this couple comes into the church, pays off her mortgage, and gives her a monthly stipend for the rest of her life. And so she never had to worry about money or working for the rest of her life. Isn't that something? The success stories you read from Neville Goddard and Dr. Joseph Murphy and, Florence Scovel Shinn, it's just like, it just knocks your socks off. And the thing is, they did nothing to make things happen. These people just came into their life. Just came into their life. It gives us something to inspire to and something to trust. And I think about the financial blessing that came into my life. I didn't do anything to be in this position other than who I married, right? So I'm like, and it happened before I knew about the law, but I did have a different mindset regarding money. And I told you all the story about, being a single mother with 3 children, divorced and all that type of stuff going on. And the struggles or the difficulties I had as a single parent. But I never had the mindset that I never saw myself as poor. I never talked about the lack of money. I never talked in that way or anything. And, after we were married for a couple of years, I was able to not have to work a 9 to 5. I haven't worked a 9 to 5 since 2017. That's when I stopped working. Yeah, you see, I just realized how much I'm concerned with the how. Yeah, that's what we got to detach from. We got to let that go. Say, I flew in a private jet because of my company. Ooh, it was a nice day trip. I got paid to do it. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Love it, love it, love it. Yes. Hey, the Creator 4, welcome, welcome. Hey, he said, what helped with the shift? Hey, Pretty as Lene. Give me a little bit more. What do you mean by that? Say, wait, I missed the story. Who got a free home? It was in one of Neville Goddard's success stories. Yeah, say, I don't ever have to work for money. It just comes to me. Yes, yes. I love stories like that too. Yes, testimonies for real. Yes, yes. Yes, it's in which book? I can't remember, but I know I've seen that story a couple of times. I know I've seen it in his lectures as well, but I don't remember. No, I don't follow Billy Carson. My husband followed Billy Carson, but I don't listen to Billy Carson. I've seen his videos. He too way out there for me. So I don't like the divisiveness. Whenever you talk about division, I don't rock with the division. So I don't really listen to him. I know my husband listened to him, that type of stuff. But hey, to each his own. I've had unexpected blessings financially and past before I knew of. Wonder if manifested them or not. Right. Yes. We did. Holly, manifested without knowing. We're always manifesting. Manifesting isn't something that happens just because now you know the law. The law was always in effect, even if you knew about it or not. It was always. So what about when you're struggling with trusting the timing of your life? I feel like I wasted so many years in therapy and trying to heal. Or it's manifest being in the same cycles. Yeah, and Mariah, I truly believe that once you start telling the new version, the new story, you'll see your life change. But you have to really believe that. You have to not live in regret, not live in remorse, not live in guilt. You only knew what you knew at the time. All right. You only did what you thought was best at that time. Now you know you can change your reality by changing your mind, or you can test it. But you have to be committed to the new story, which means you cannot ever bring up the old story. You have to totally let go of that old story. To shift my mind to wealth. Certain things I should say daily. Oh, got you. Okay. I think a great practice would be, during your meditation, you can simply say wealth and success, right? Wealth and success. And you're just going to keep your mind focused there, wealth and success, because you're not concerned with how or when. Your only concern is about impressing the subconscious with this new belief. And then you want to be mindful after you've done your meditation, right? After you've 5 to 10 minutes telling yourself wealth and success, right? Even though when your mind starts to wander and it starts thinking about what should I cook today? I gotta go pick up so-and-so, or whatever your mind wanders and does, bring them back to wealth and success. And when you come out of that meditation, during your daily conversations and your inner conversations that you have, make sure you're not speaking of lack. Make sure you're not complaining about gas prices, food prices, your bills, talking about the economy and inflation. Nope. Somebody that's wealthy and successful don't operate from that mindset. They're not concerned with how much something costs because they already know they can afford it. They're not complaining about what's going on in the economy. They understand that's none of their business, that no matter what happens, it benefits you, that it all works out for your good, right? You want to make sure that you're identifying with the person that's wealthy and successful. So the person that's wealthy and successful is not talking about failure, difficulties, strain, struggle. You're not trying to force it, not trying to make it happen. You're not even looking for it. You're just being thankful for already having it. You're talking as though you already are that person. When your friends and your family start complaining, I had a friend that I would talk to, and she talked about they come out. I was like, ain't no recession over here. Don't no recession happen in my house. I don't know enough about inflation. I have plenty of enough money to do whatever I want to do. I don't give in to those type of conversations. And so you have to be the watchman at the gate. You have to guard your mind with all diligence, because out of it flows the issues of life. You have to pay attention to what you're paying attention to. So I got my first car when I was a junior in high school through. Oh, yes, Kevin. Yes, that's awesome. Yes. Wow, that is awesome. Say, how do we get out of our own heads? Let's say a family member doesn't call you back. You go to the worst case scenario, thinking they're mad at you. Yeah, you have to when you recognize that, just stop it. It's all about recognition. It's all about awareness, right? So when you're aware that you're being negative, and sometimes you may not even be aware in that moment. Like in the moment, you might have went there, right? Then 2 or 3 days later, it comes back to your memory. It comes back up again that they called you and how mad you were. Right there, when you're recognizing that you were mad, change it. Say, actually, they're probably too busy. They're going to get back to me whenever they can. Or let me reach out to them and say, everything good? I was thinking about you. Are you okay? Is everything okay? What's going on? Give people the benefit of the doubt. Treat people how you will want to be treated. Extend grace, right? And just treat, if you got a phone call and you missed it and you forgot to call them because you got busy with life, you don't want somebody going to the worst thinking about you. So treat others how you want to be treated. Go back and be like, hey, I was thinking about you. You okay? Everything good? I didn't hear back from you. I know sometimes life can get busy and, but what's going on? That's it. Okay. Okay, Mariah. Yeah, so that's not going to happen unless you're thinking it. So no, so what you have to do is not give your attention to thinking that way. You're not going to be an old mom. Like you recognize that you don't need to be healed, that everything is okay with you, that you are not defined by your experiences. All right? And it's really about telling that new story. And now you can be intentionally married, happily married, in a nice, loving, nurturing relationship. Why? Because you've decided to love you. This all happens, Mariah, because you put the focus on you and you decide to love you. You decide to see the goodness within you. You decide to see the peace, the joy, the love, the prosperity, the understanding within you. You're going to love you unconditionally. You're going to stop beating yourself up. You're going to stop blaming. You're going to stop pointing fingers, and you're just going to focus on you. That's where your attention is. That's the greatest commandment, to love you. The greatest love in the world is loving yourself. Learning to love you. That's where your focus needs to be. Learning to love you. Because you can have the man, you could have the house, you could have the fancy car, you could have all the money in the world. But when you don't love you, you're going to find yourself wanting. Because you're going to find that happiness is not found in things. You can look at some of these celebrities that we see on TikTok. They have the nice house, they had the husband, they had the career. But you see on TikTok and Instagram, they some miserable people. They always complaining about what the husband doing, how they cheating on them, how this world, this is just too much. And you want to have peace of mind. You can't buy that. You can't buy peace of mind. You can't buy love, because where's that found? It's only found within. Cultivate the love within and you'll never go without. Then all those things you're asking for, all those things you're desiring, all those things you're manifesting must show up in your world. They must. That's law. And say, so I believe if you work with your spirit and soul through your consciousness, you will have a great life. Yes, it's all about having a great life, right? It's not about the accumulation of things, because here's the thing. When you get all the things, then what? There are people that have an accumulation of things, but their mind is eating them alive. It's nothing wrong with having things. Sure, they're wonderful, they're good, but you also, as Reverend Ike says, get the money, but make sure the money doesn't have you. Make sure you're the one, you're the operant power, that you're controlling this world through your mind. Love you. Love you. Go within, and you'll never go without. So I'm new to this, so what's a good way to meditate? Certain YouTube video. I don't have any certain YouTube videos, but there are many different ways of meditation, and you just have to discover which one works for you. Some people like the guided meditation, so you can look up that to see if look up the guided meditations. You can do the those bowls that I'm sure you probably seen that people use that bring out those different tones. Some people use like classical music to meditate with, right? Some people do breath work, so you could look that up. I personally just like to sit with myself, and I use meditation as deep contemplation. That I'm just becoming. I like how Dr. Joel Dispenza described meditation. It's about becoming one with your desire, becoming one with that what you desire to be, actualizing that in your meditation. Oh, you're welcome, Duchess. Yes, Kevin. Oh, do you want to come up, Kevin? If you want to come up, put in a request. I'll let you come up. You can share your story. Thank you, Luna. Yep, Faith. The negative assumption is still creating a story. The old story. Exactly. So it's okay to let go of the old stories. It's okay to let go of the past that doesn't exist. It's okay. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yep, Dream Woman. Yep, it's not the love of money that is wrong. It's loving money more than people that seem to be the ick. Yep. It's putting money on a pedestal. It's the worship of money is the root of all evil. The worship of money. You never serve or worship the created thing. You're the creator. Why would you worship the thing in which you created? Sound bowls, right? Thank you, Mariah. That's the sound bowls. Yep. Personally, I lie in my bed, and then, like I said, I meditate when I'm in the shower. I meditate when I'm walking. I meditate when I'm cleaning, when I'm cooking. If I'm not watching videos, a lot of times when I'm cooking, I'm listening. I'm either watching TikTok or I'm watching YouTube. I'm a football junkie, so I'll watch my football videos on YouTube while I'm cooking. But while I'm cleaning, walking, driving, a lot of times when I'm driving, I don't drive a whole lot, but when I do drive and I'm in the car by myself, I don't listen to music. I listen, I'm just talking to myself, focusing on the life I'm creating. So you don't know. Let me see if I can find you. Let me see. I know a lot of times when I try to find people, but you put in the request, do you see the little symbol of people look like blue and pink? And then it says plus guest. That's where you can put in the request.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes. Hi. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. Well, how about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic.
Great.
You are truly doing the work of the Lord.
Oh, thank you.
So, Um, from a early childhood, I think when my grandmother told me, I don't have a memory of this, when I was about 5 years old and the braces on my legs came off because my feet were born in towards each other. She said I started a Christian club and started teaching people about God. And what was amazing to her, that the kids in the neighborhood would come around to this Christian club and that they would sit still while I taught them about God. That was amazing to her because, she had 8 kids and her firstborn had 8 kids. And she knew kids didn't sit still for 2 seconds, but they would all sit and learn from me about God. So it's been in me since before I was here on this earth.
Yeah.
Um, my first healing took place when I think I was about 7 years old. And I'm 61 now. And my mom went to my mom, dad, and my 2 sisters went to my aunt's house for a holiday dinner. And I convinced my mom that I wasn't feeling well and that, I just need to rest and I would be okay, that she can go ahead and leave me there and I'll be fine. And well, she did. And shortly after she left, I got really, really sick. And that in those days, kids weren't allowed to use the phone. So I had no idea how to use a telephone to call someone and ask for help. And as I was thinking about what I'm going to do, all I have to do is ask God to heal me and I'll be healed. It was like I had lost my keys and remembered where I put them.
Mm.
And I knelt beside the couch that I was on in the living room and prayed. And by the time I climbed back up on top of the couch and put my head down, I instantly fell asleep.
Mm.
And then I woke up in my bed, upstairs in my bed, and I was completely healed. So here I am in high school, a junior in high school, and I knew whatever I would ask my Heavenly Father, whatever I asked Him, I got.
Mm.
And it was true. It was like, in a way, it was almost eerie because I got absolutely everything I asked for, no matter what it was. And I remember I wanted a car. I was a junior in high school, and my dad and my mom had already divorced, and he was living in Long Beach, California. He was working for McDonnell Douglas as a tool and die maker, probably making about 10 to 12,000, $10,000 to $15,000 a month. And that was back then in the early 80s. That was a lot of money, right? And my
Yes.
sisters would call him, um, and he became their personal ATM machine. He would just, whatever they asked for money wise, he would just give them.
Mm.
But I never did that. I always tried to, stand on my own 2 feet. And I said, I got it in my head, I wanted a car. And because I never asked my dad for anything, I'm going to call him and ask him for this one thing to help me get a car. So I went to the phone that was hanging on the wall in the kitchen and I picked up the receiver. And as I was getting ready to dial the number, the voice inside of me said, "What are you doing? You don't need to call him and ask him for anything. Your Father in heaven, a cattle on 1,000 hills belong to him.
Mm.
So, and they also belong to you." I said, if you want a car, meaning he will give you the desires of your heart, I didn't need it. I wanted it.
Mhm.
And I hung up the receiver. I said, that's right. That makes perfect sense to me. So I knelt down and I prayed. And when I prayed, I wasn't praying to some obscure entity in the sky or old white guy, balding hair and sandals with a white robe on. I
Hmm.
prayed to the Father that was in me, that was inside of me. It's before I had any knowledge of what you were sharing with everyone. I didn't know anything about the law of assumption. The one thing about laws are it doesn't require you to believe or understand for the law to be inactive. It doesn't. Man law it does.
Hmm.
If you were in a car and you were driving a car and the posted speed limit was 55 miles an hour and you went 56 miles an hour, you just broke man's law.
Yep.
Now, not anything would most likely not happen to you. There's no big consequences or a fine. You got to pay all this money. Hardly anything will happen to you. But a God law you cannot break. You can only confirm. You can only confirm.
Yeah, that's
So
I need a video on that. You can never break God's
you
law.
can
It's
never
impossible.
break God's law. It's
It's impossible.
impossible.
Yep.
So I knelt down and asked God for a car. And like the word of God says, before I could even finish asking him for what I wanted, the answer was already yes.
Yep.
So I got up and kind of went about my business and forgot all about it. About 2 weeks later, because I was, in high school, so I'm still living with my mom. And she says, I'm going to the grocery store. Do you want anything? I was like, no, ma'am. I said, I'm good. I'm all right. So she left out the house, and the grocery store was literally right down the road, within a mile. And she was gone for 2 hours. And when she came back, I go to take the groceries out the car and put them away. And I'm like, did you get lost? Because she was gone so long. And she said, no. And she said, guess what happened to me? No, she said, guess who I ran into? And I'm like, I don't know. She said, I ran into a girlfriend of mine from high school, and we just got in a conversation. We ended up talking for a very long time, losing track of the time. And she is selling her car. Now, I never told my mom I wanted to buy a car. I never told anybody. I prayed to God and left it alone. And I said, oh, I said, how much she selling it for? And she said $400. It was a 1976 GT Vega. Somebody may know what that is, but a little kind of sports car, a little bit.
Okay.
And I said, $400, that's perfect. That's $400 more than I have. Right. So I had enough sense or understanding to know God is not going to bring that car to me without the means in order to receive it. That's not my job. He don't need my help in providing the money.
Mm-mm.
He got all that taken care of. He's just telling me, look, it's showing up. It's showing up. I said, okay. So my mom said, well, we got to have a talk. You got to keep your grades up in school. You got to get a part-time job because you need to take care of the maintenance, pay the insurance, gas, all that kind of stuff, oil change, tires, all that. I said, yes, ma'am, I can do that. I'll do that. She said, well, if you do that, you can have it. Now, wasn't that she was saying she going to give me the money?
Right.
She giving me permission
Right.
to be responsible enough to take one in the car.
Hmm.
So I'm saying, well, where am I going to get the money? Then I pushed that out of my mind because I knew God was going to provide that.
Yes.
So about within a week later, my grandmother calls me and she says, I heard you're trying to get a car. I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, how much does the car cost? I said, well, it costs $400. And she said, well, have your mom stop by and pick up the money. I'm going to pay for it. And that was remarkable because my grandmother made her money by cleaning people's houses. It wasn't like today. She had to catch a bus to a person's house, clean their house, and catch a bus or two buses to come back home.
Mm.
So very meager,
Mm.
humble money was how she survived. And for her to give me $400 to take care of this car was amazing to me.
Yes, yes, yes.
But we don't really realize what we're tapping into, how infinite power we actually have. I remember I think in the fifth grade or fifth grade, I was on my way to school and I was rushing because I didn't want to be late. And my dad called me upstairs, and I was like, "Oh man, I don't have time to, to see what my dad wants because I'm trying to get to school and not be late."
Mhm.
And when I got upstairs, I was like, "Yes, sir." And he was sitting in the middle of the bed, like crisscross applesauce,
Mhm.
just to give you an image of how he was sitting in the bed. And he said, "Look at the TV." This had to be 1972, I think, 72, 73. And there were no remote controls and none of that kind of stuff. It didn't exist. Well, and if it did, we couldn't afford it. Right. And the TV channel was on channel 13. And then the TV channel, the picture got real fuzzy, like there was interference um, or an airplane flying over the house that interfered with the antenna.
Right.
And it continued to get more and more distorted picture, and then the audio went out,
Mm.
and then you couldn't see any picture on the TV at all. Now he's doing this with his mind.
This
His
your dad?
My dad,
Oh wow.
he's doing it with his mind, and then the TV reception started clearing up, and then the audio came in, and the picture cleared up somewhat, where I could identify what channel the reception was on. Then the TV channel said 13, but the reception that was coming in was on channel 11.
Ooh.
Now I'm a kid. I don't know
Mhm.
what I'm looking at.
Right.
But my dad is showing me the power that's within me that
Mhm.
I can do. And what I just described to you, every and anybody can do. You ever, your audience will probably identify, they call someone, and when they call them, they said, "I was just thinking about you."
Mhm.
Well, when they have that experience, they may not be aware of what just took place. We can communicate with each other through telepathy,
Mhm.
through the thoughts in our mind. And we do it all the time, unbeknownst to one another.
Yes. Yes.
Because that's how powerful we are. We may not recognize it, we may not give any thought to it or notice to it, but that's how powerful we are.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I grew up just like you grew up in church. My mom was the organist of our church. So, that was my first home. My second home was actual home. My
Right.
first, my second home was actual home. My first home was in church. 'Cause that's where I grew up. But there's so many people that are asleep, not just in church, but just sleep, period.
Yep.
And I'm so grateful for what you're doing with this audience and getting them to wake up and remove the scales from their eyes spiritually and becoming aware of who they are and who they were meant to be. I remember I was 19. I'm out of high school now, and I had a knot on my wrist, and it hurt. And at that time, my mom was seeing a general practitioner, a doctor. And I said, well, I have him take a look at it since he comes over here frequently. And when I asked him about it, he said, oh, that's called an ganglionic cyst.
Mhm.
I said, okay. I said, what's that? You know?
Right.
Right. So he told me what it was. And I said, well, how do I get rid of it? He said, they make a small incision on your wrist and they pull the cyst out and they sit you back up and close it. He said, most likely it'll leave a very ugly scar, but the cyst will be gone. He said, if you want, I can arrange, for that to happen. I said, well, let me get back to you on that because
Right.
I didn't like that idea.
Like that.
So, so what I did was I took my hand and laid my hand on it and asked God to heal me. And I thanked him for healing me. And then I gave no thought to it at all. And I went to bed and I woke up and it was gone.
Yes.
I'm not
Yes.
I'm not saying that to impress you.
I
I
know. I
want
know.
I want to impress upon you
Hmm.
of the power and authority you have. Whether you decide to use it for certain things, that's up to you. That's where your free will comes in. But you still have it.
Yes.
And you can choose to give it away or you can choose to use it. I was working in a financial institution at one time, and I was account representative, a senior executive, and someone came in for a loan or whatever it was, and she had a lump on her wrist, and I recognized it. I said, "Oh," I said, "I know what that is." And she's like, "What?" I said, "That lump on your wrist." She said, "Oh yeah." She says, I get these all the time." I said, "You do?" She said, "Yeah." And she rolled up her other sleeve on the other arm and she showed me the scar where the other one had been removed.
Mm.
She said, "I'm thinking about having this one removed also." I said, "You don't have to go through the surgery if you don't want to." I said, "I used to have the same thing." She said, "How did you get rid of it?" I said, "I just laid my hands on it, asked God to heal it, thanked him for it, and went on about my day." I said, "You can do the same thing." She said, "I can." I said, "Absolutely. God don't love me more than he love you."
Mm. Amen.
And she said, "Well, when do I do it?" I said, "You can do it now."
Mm.
So she laid her hands on it. She prayed. I said, I'm in agreement with you. Two or more agree. So she came back in and showed me her wrist and it was gone. I said, "See, no operation."
Amen. Amen.
But,
Yes. Oh my good. Thank you, Kevin, so much.
oh, you're
So
welcome.
much.
But that's how we are.
Mm-hmm.
The Ever since I've been tapping in with you, people have been coming up to me, some strangers, some I know, to get this testimony about the law of assumption out to them. My son, my oldest son, he just turned 29 last week. He's a songwriter, a musician. He also teaches voice lessons and he worked with various artists, you know, and he's doing an album for a particular artist. He's doing her whole album, all the
Wow.
songs, all the music, and he's producing the album himself. So he let me listen to a song that he wrote. He did the music, the lyrics, and I've been wanting to share that song, which is not ready, it's not finished, but I've been wanting to share it with you personally because it's about what you're talking about, what we're talking about right now. The name of the song is I don't need saving. I don't need saving because it talks about the change, which is the negativity that we have embraced that's keeping us back from being who we really are, and how we're breaking those chains, how those chains are being broken by the God in us, by us. We're the ones that are breaking the chain. And I love that song. I play it at night before I fall asleep. I play it in the morning, even though it's not finished.
Right.
I play it all the song, and the artist that's singing the song, she has a wonderful voice. It's a very empowering and freeing song. But that's just, I raised my son, my kids. I have 4 kids. I raised my son to understand and believe the law of attraction, the law of assumption. When he was 15 years old is when I embarked upon the book and the DVD, The Secret.
Oh, okay.
And I found it so encouraging, so impactful, and so life changing. I made it demanded viewing by my kids.
Mm.
So he was 15 at the time, and I had him view the DVD, and he said, well, I don't understand, Dad. He said, how does it work? I said, well, son, how do you think it works? He said, so you're saying if I just have something in my head and believe it, it comes to it comes to light? I was like, yeah, that's how it works. And he said, well, that doesn't make any sense. So I said, your mom wants me to go to the store and get a blender. I said, get in the car and go with me. We'll talk about it. So we're in the car, and he says, okay, so how does it work again? I said, and I told him, he said, well, what do you use it for? I said, anything. What do you want to use it for? He's like, I don't know. I said, well, just pick something. He said, Dad, I don't know. I said, okay, I'll pick something. I said, we're on our way to go get a blender for your mom. How much do you think a blender costs? How much do you think we should pay for a blender? No, he's 15. Keep it in context.
Mhm.
And he said, I don't know, $7. I said, okay, $7. That's what the real cost of a blender that I know of didn't matter.
Right.
Right. The example he chose, he said $7 for a blender. I said, okay. Now I'm thinking to myself, that's ridiculous. You ain't gonna get no blender for not no real one anyway. For $7. So we get to Target and we get to the aisle where the blenders are, and we're looking for blenders. And he said, here's a blender right here, but it only had like 3 buttons on it. I said, your mom ain't going for that. We got to find something that have, a few more buttons on it than that. I said, put that one back. So he put it back, and we kept looking. And he said, he found one that had more buttons on it. And he said, what about this? I said, well, that's kind of generic brand. She's probably going to want, like a Hamilton Beach or, Procter, type of, name brand blender, better quality. I said, so put that back. We're looking for something that's name brand. So where both of us are looking, he brings a blender to me that had all the buttons on it, and it was a Hamilton Beach. I said, okay, that looks good. I said, how much is it? He goes, I don't know. I said, where'd you get it? He said, down at the end of this aisle. So we go down there to see if we could find it, and we couldn't find the price.
Mhm.
I said, no big deal. We'll just go to the scanner, that they have on the aisle, and put it on the scanner and tell us how much it is.
Mhm.
So when you put it under the scanner, it kept reading error.
Mm.
So I'm like, well, don't worry about it. I said, let's go up to the cashier. She'll figure it out and or look it up, and she'll tell us how much it costs. So we get up there, and she scans it, and she starts pushing a bunch of buttons, and she scans it again, and then she push a few more buttons, and she scans it again, and she looks up, and she said, where did you get this blender? I said, over there in the aisle where they got all the other blenders.
Right.
And she says, well, when I get off of work, I need to go buy me a blender like this. I said, wow, how much is it? She said $7. And my son looks at me with his mouth open. He's like, oh my gosh, it works. I said, yeah, that's how it works.
Wow. So simple. So
It's
simple. The
very
simplicity.
simple. And people, first thing people will tell you, man, I can't believe that happened.
No, I
That's
can
why.
believe it.
That's why it don't happen.
I'm not saying that. I can believe it.
Henry Ford said, if you believe you can, you're right. If you believe you can't, you're right.
Right, we already knew the end, like Aaron said. We already knew the end to this story. We knew it was gonna be $7, but
Yep.
just the lead up, the suspense, like we knew it was gonna be. But how you found out, like, wow, amazing. Yes, I love guests like you, Kevin, and Creole. Like, yes, the application and the expansion. Because I'm like I said, I didn't come into this understanding to 2018, so I'm
Right.
like 45 years old, and I didn't have like any of these type of experiences growing up as a kid because I didn't grow up in church. I didn't go to church later until I was almost 30. I was like 28, 29. By the time I really went to church, I studied Jehovah's Witness Bible stories like my preteen years, like around 10, 11, 12, something like that. But I can look back like in my late adulthood, I guess my early adulthood, and I can be like, oh, okay, yes, I thought this thing and I didn't really have to do too much to make it happen. You can look back over your life and like, oh, I just kind of thought it and then things just kind of worked together, but you're not thinking that that's some type of law in effect, right? Like you're not thinking like, oh, that's all I have to do is think it, it's not till I come and discover the law of attraction or
Right.
whatever. But you guys help me understand the simplicity, which has been my manifestation. That's been my desire. I need to understand the simplicity of it. I don't want it to be complicated for myself or for others. And you have just been that actualization to give it to us on its simplicity. You not saying it 20 times. You not asking over and over again. You're speaking it once, and that's all it took.
Some of your audience who may be familiar with some of the stories in the Bible, I was talking this to my cousin last night, and I haven't talked to her in, I don't know, 10, 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
And she texted me what I wanted to say was out the blue, but it's not out the blue because Jesus said, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. So the more you tap into the God side of the I am of who you are, you're going to attract those people who's supposed to be attracted to you to elevate their belief. So a lot of people know the story of Lazarus being raised from the dead. And like you said, the Bible is allegory.
Right.
So in that story, Jesus show up and Mary is visibly upset with Jesus because he's late.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in fact, not only is she just upset, she blamed Jesus because if he had been there sooner, Lazarus, her cousin, wouldn't have died.
Yep.
What I thought was so interesting was that Jesus, before he raised Lazarus from the dead, he thanked his father for that situation because that situation was just so the others would believe.
Yep. Wow.
He wasn't late. He had to let him die first
Yep.
so that because they all knew he was dead.
Yep.
Actually,
Yep.
actually, Mary said he's stinking in the grave.
Yep. 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 Yep.
So Jesus said, he who is in me is never dead.
Yep.
And when he spoke to Lazarus, he didn't speak in his mind. He audibly spoke for him to come forth. Because your words, not only do they have power, they are your power.
Yep. Yep. As he said, the words I speak, they are spirit and they are life.
Yes, ma'am.
Life. The life is
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
word.
Yep. And death is in the word. People need to
Yep.
stop killing what they want to bring life to.
Mm. Say that again. People double speak all the time
All the
and don't even
time.
realize it. The
And
moment you
don't
said it, then you
realize
spoke
it.
against it the next sentence.
I was talking to my son-in-law who doesn't know anything about the Bible. I'm surprised he even know that the Bible exists. And he's married to my daughter.
Okay.
And I was talking to him and I said, have you ever said money don't grow on trees?
Mm.
He said, all the time.
Oh wow.
Have you ever said, if I could just get this much money, things would be a whole lot better? He said, all the time. Because he's broke.
Mm.
He's always chasing money. He thinks that he has a lack of money all the time.
Yeah.
So what does he say? Money don't grow on trees,
Yeah.
meaning he never has access to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the God within you don't judge access to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the God within you don't judge.
Nope.
It's okay. Right? You don't want money, then you just
Yep. If you think
understand
it's
that
hard to get, it'll
simple.
be hard to get for you.
It's hard to get for them. I have
Yep.
a cousin. I have a first cousin that lives, and he's an attorney, actually a partner in a law firm, and the law firm is rated, I think, seventh in the world.
Mm.
So he has ridiculous amount of money, and he's single.
Mm.
Football. His one of his neighbors is Kurt Warner.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, I know
he got
Kurt.
money.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I said. And one year he hosted Christmas and everything. He doesn't believe in God,
Okay.
and he's one of the most intelligent person. I've sat up all night talking with him one time. He's one of the most intelligent
Mhm.
persons I ever ran across. He don't even believe in God, but he puts the law in action.
Mhm.
He puts it. The law don't require you to believe in it for it to work. If I tried to prove to
Nope.
you, is it Tanya or Toya? Your name
Toya.
Tanya or Toya? Toya. If
Toya.
Toya,
Mm-hmm.
if I said, uh, I want to tell you the law of gravity doesn't exist. Matter of fact, I don't believe in the law of gravity at all. I'm going to get up on this 3-story building and I'm going to jump just to prove to you that I don't believe in the law of gravity. Now, when I jump, I may break something, but it won't be the law of gravity.
Mm.
Absence or ignorance of the law doesn't change the effect of the law.
Nope.
It's the law.
It's the
And the
law.
God law,
No respect of persons. Yep. No
every
respect of
person,
persons. Everyone can use it.
right, not only use it, you can only confirm it. You
Right.
can never
That's
break
it.
it.
Right. Yep. You can never
You
break it
can,
because it's
it's,
always done unto you as you believe. It's what you believe to be true will be true for you.
every time Jesus healed something or someone of what was ailing them, he didn't say, oh, he said, well, it was my pleasure, or I got your back, I'm gonna take care of you. No, his response when they thanked him and praised him for what he just did for them, he said, "Thy faith have made you whole. You did it.
Yep.
You giving me the
Awesome.
praise and the glory. It wasn't me, it was you. Because if
Yep.
you didn't believe, I wouldn't be able to do anything."
Yep.
I just
Yep.
hope I just hope your audience gets it.
Oh, they do. One of them wanted you to speak a little bit more about telepathy.
Oh, go. Um, have you ever been driving in your car, before you cut the radio on, you're singing a song in your head, and you cut the radio on, and that song is on the radio.
All the time.
Not only is that song on the radio, it's at the exact point that you're singing in your head.
Yep.
That's not a coincidence.
No coincidences.
Your mind is able to pick up the wavelengths, the receptions. That's people we think obscure. Our mind is disconnected and don't really know what's going on sometimes. No, your brain automatically taps in. When a song comes into your head, it's being played somewhere else, somebody, and your brain picked up on that frequency.
Yep.
Reason it happens naturally because there's nothing you have to do for it to take place. That's how you're made. That's how you're created.
This is the point that needs to be driven home because so many people ask what to do, what to do, what to do. Your stories confirmed there's nothing to do, but
There's
that's the
nothing to do.
disconnect, right? That's the
Right.
disconnect. People just don't think, well, how's that going to happen? I have to do this. It's not just going to come and fall in my lap. Yes, it does.
Well,
Actually.
if you believe it does, but if you believe you got to go this, you got to get this
Yeah.
degree, it's not what you know, it's who you know. If you believe in
Yeah.
all of that, then
Hmm.
as you believe, it is so. As a man thinketh, so is he.
That's what I said. That's what I told her. That's what I said in my video. You cannot break the law of God because the law of God is the law of belief. It's
Correct.
always done according to your belief, not how I think, not how your mother think, not how your sibling think, not how your boyfriend thinks. It's all according to what you accept as true. You
Correct.
think life's supposed to be a struggle and hard and difficult and a strain. You think you have to work in order to get money. You think like you just said, you have to know the right person. In order to be a millionaire, you got to know 10 millionaires. And you got to, like, if you think that's what's required, it's going to be required for you.
For you, yep. Yep, the telepathy thing is something everybody has within them. And the more they use it, just like a muscle, the stronger it gets.
I'm
You
glad
have
that you said that. Yep, that's what Neville reminds us too. Yep, it's like
uh-huh.
a muscle.
The more
Yep.
you now, I just heard of Neville from listening to you. I
Mm.
never even heard the name, and I've been doing all this since I was a teenager or a
Well, you didn't
child.
need to know about Neville. You could have wrote the book yourself. Because even Neville kind of complicates it a little bit. You keeping it even more simple than he did because he was all into this visualization and you were just speaking the word. You didn't have to imagine the thing. Or so you just
That,
spoke the word.
that's all
That's
you
the
have to do.
simplicity I like of it.
But
That's why I
that's
said
all
I
you have.
resonate more with Dr. Joseph Murphy because he's more of the just speak it. Let me give you these words to say.
I never heard of him until you told me about him. Now I'm
Mm,
looking up to see who Dr. Joseph Murphy is. 'Cause I don't know who that is.
mm. So who
I'm
did you
just
listen
going.
to?
I
Did
listen
you
to
listen to
the
anyone, or you
spirit.
just knew just intuitively? It was just
Intuitively, the spirit within me reveals anything I want to know. Anything, any and everything. The spirit inside of you is all knowing. And if you ask it, it will reveal it to you. It's that simple. It was never made to be complicated
Yep.
because Dr. Joseph Neville, he had to get it from somewhere. He had to
Yep.
find a source from somewhere that he got it that he ended up sharing with others.
Yep. He learned it from he said Abdullah, he was a
Hmm.
black Jew. He said he's an Ethiopian Jew. He said his skin was as dark as you could imagine. That's who taught him, because
Well,
he was a British from Barbados, and he came to the States, and that's how he gained US citizenship. But he was born under British rules. He was born in the West Indies in Barbados.
and he got that from somewhere else.
Yep.
Someone taught him.
Yep.
My dad used to read Socrates, Plato,
Mm.
all these philosophers, and I used to think that was crazy.
Right.
But he was showing me the power of the mind.
Right, but he still like showed. So the spirit used him to convey this message to you as well. You
Yes.
know, it's like you have to see it in action, then you start to
Yes.
develop it on your own.
Correct.
Right, but yeah, the scripture
Correct.
does tell us that we don't need that any man should teach us.
You
The
don't.
Comforter, the Spirit of Truth, will
And that's
bring all things to our remembrance. Because even though someone else is telling us, we still have to resonate with it, right? You
correct.
still have to like, or you're not necessarily, because like you just said, someone don't even believe in God, but they operate the power, right? Because
Correct.
as I say, God ain't so petty that you gotta, because we say God, but it's just it's the energy, it's the power, right?
Hmm.
Doesn't need you to acknowledge it in
Right.
order to operate
And but
within
peop-
it.
but people, what I had to learn that God doesn't have an ego.
Mm-mm. That's a man-made
Yep.
identity.
God doesn't have an ego. He just is.
Yeah, that's why I say God ain't so petty about what you call it. We stuck on, it's not called God, it's not called the universe, it's not called source. We're trying to define the undefinable.
Yes, we're
We're
trying
trying
to
to name
describe.
the nameless, right?
Right.
This is the only way this is how we communicate with one another, through words, right? Through
Right.
symbols, because words aren't anything but symbols, right? This is how we're communicating this information to one another. So we label it. But yes, no one knows the name. We just giving it a name just for simplicity, just for the purpose of communication.
Right. Right. And your audience can try this. They can call someone in their mind and see won't that person show up. Just do a little personal experiment themselves and call somebody in your mind and say, and that person will call them or reach out to them. I don't know what made me call you, but I've been thinking about you all day or all week. That's
Yeah,
because you
I'm gonna do
called
it
them.
too. I'm going to do it too.
I
We
guarantee
all
it'll
can do this
happen.
little challenge. I
There
mean,
you go.
yep, I've experienced it before. We can all do this little technique.
Mhm.
But we've all experienced it before. But those who are willing to think about somebody they maybe haven't heard from in a while, right? Not someone you speak daily with, but someone you haven't heard from, in a
Right,
while, and
right.
seeing that mental message to them, right?
I'm
Think
I'm
about them.
also compelled, Toya, and this is for somebody in your audience. I don't know who it is, but when I speak this that I'm getting ready to tell you, they're going to know that it was for them. I remember when I was about 18 or 19 years old, my grandmother had gotten sick, and my grandmother was taken to North Charles General Hospital. And I was still living at home with my mom. I hadn't bought my first home yet. I bought my first home when I was 20. And I did that through the law of assumption too, because I didn't have a nickel to my name. I didn't have a down payment. Anyway, I got the home. Um, my grandmother was sick, and I was still living with my mom. And I came home from work that early in the week, and my mom had just came from the hospital seeing her mom. And she said, "Have you been to the hospital to visit your grandmother?" I said, "Not yet, Mom." I said, "I'm going to go this weekend when I'm off work. I'm going to go see her." And she said, "Well, if you, I just came from the hospital. If you plan on seeing her, you need to see her right away." Now, I knew what she meant by that she most likely wouldn't make it to the weekend. So instead of panicking and getting all upset and saying, "Oh no," I was very close with my grandmother. At one point, more close to my grandmother than I was my actual mom. She was just a wonderful, wonderful woman of God. And I went upstairs in my room, and like I always did, closed the door and fell on my knees. And I asked God, "Can I have more time with my grandmother?" I said, "I know it's a selfish request. I know if she's ready to come be with you, she has the right to come be with you, and you have the right to call her to you. But I love her so much, and I know you love me so much. I'm asking, can I have more time with my grandmother?" And God said yes. I got up, I went and washed, changed my clothes. I forgot about it. But once he said yes, what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna challenge him. Are you sure? Are you really gonna do it?
Mm.
I went on about my business, and I went down, changed clothes, went down in the kitchen to fix myself something to eat. And my mom heard me stirring in the kitchen, and she came downstairs. She said, "I thought you were going to go see your grandmother." And I said, "I am. I'm going to go this weekend when I don't have to work." And she got so angry at me, and she was already upset. And me saying that wasn't helping any.
Mhm.
And she stomped up the stairs. She got to her room and she slammed the bedroom door shut. And I understood she was upset.
Mhm.
And by the end of the week, when I was ready to go to the hospital, she had been released and sent home.
Mm.
And I went to see her and I told her what had happened. Yes, you can revisit or edit the story the way you want it to happen.
Yeah.
And it
Give you
happens
the vision.
just the way your
Revised.
revision, yep, says it. And she was here for, I don't know, six more years or so.
Nice. 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 That's beautiful. Yes. Yes.
I know that story is going to bless somebody in your audience.
Definitely. Definitely. It blesses all who hear it.
Mm-hmm.
All
Mm-hmm.
who hear it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes. 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 We definitely appreciate your wisdom and your understanding, your application and knowledge of the law of mind.
It is my sincere, heartfelt pleasure to share this. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to share this with someone else that it may elevate them in their journey.
Yes, it definitely has definitely been an encouragement, inspiration, because so many people do have questions about the simplicity of it. Like, what is the process, right? And you have brought that to our attention, the simplicity of it, right? Because everybody wants to know the how, and the how is all you have to do is make your request known to God.
Yep, that's
That's
it.
it. And
That's
it
it.
and it's like, that's it. And the reason in mind, like, no, I gotta be more than that. That's too simple. All you gotta do is make your request known. And we're like, well, how many times do I say it? Don't I gotta visualize it? Don't
Mm-mm.
I gotta do this method? Don't I gotta do this? Don't I have to do that?
When you're making the quest, you are visualizing it. Just leave it alone. And if you need to say anything, say thank you.
Yeah.
If it comes up again, When Jesus fasted for 40 days, he fasted from the negativity that was trying to get his attention.
That's what I said. Fast. That's what I. Oh, yes.
All right, this is the last thing I share with you, and this is very, very, very personal. Very personal. I was 19, and a lot of my teaching were coming directly from the I am that was in me. Well, one of the things I needed, one of the fears that I had was about demons. And I asked God to help me with my understanding of that. So I fell asleep and I had a dream. In the dream, I was laying on my back in the middle of my bed. On the right side of me was like a toddler suspended in air. And he represented darkness, and the whole right side of my room was dark. And the identical toddler on the left side of my room was of all light. Now, both of them wanted me to give them my attention. And I had to decide who I was going to give my attention to. Well, because of the one that was of darkness, I was afraid of him. So I turned my back to that one and faced the one suspended in air that was of light. And because the light from this toddler, whatever, comfort me. And as it comforted me, I went to sleep. If you can imagine going to sleep within a dream. And then I woke up, still in a dream, but woke up, and the one that was of light was gone. So I turned to my right, because I was on my side. I turned to my right side, and the one that was of darkness was still there. And I became afraid again. So I got up on the left side of my bed, because I wasn't getting up on the right side. I got up on the left side of my bed, and I went to walk out of my room because I didn't want to be around the one that was of darkness, because I was afraid of him. And before I got to the threshold of crossing the threshold of the doorway, God spoke to me, and he said, "Greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world." And I said, "Yes, yea, Lord, yes." However, I was still afraid. So I stepped across the threshold of the doorway, and God says, "Then I'll show you what I'm talking about." And it was like he opened the top of my head and poured himself into me. And my entire body lit up with a powerful light. It lit up the entire hallway that I was standing in. And the fear that I felt was completely gone. The light came out of my eyes, out of my ears, nose, mouth. It just illuminated everywhere. So with this fear gone and feeling this power that I had, I turned back to my room to see if that one of darkness was still there. And he was sitting in the middle of the bed, and he was looking at me. He had a great fear in his face. And I walked toward him, and I said the name Jesus. I just spoke it, and he fell back on the bed. And then I reached my hand out like I was going to touch him, and he shriveled up like he was ready to disappear. And then I woke up within the dream. Now, some of you may have already interpreted the dream, but for those who haven't, I will. The darkness and the light represents what's inside of you. There's positive, there's God always in you, but there's negative in you also. And both of those, positive and negative, they're both trying to acquire your attention. They want you to feed it, to keep it alive, because your fear of is you should never fear darkness. You shouldn't fear anything. You don't have any fear. Is not even real. It only exists in your mind. The power that we have, we can conquer any and everything that we face. Everything you have. That's why you don't have to fight the battle, because you already won.
Yes.
How can you fight a battle that the one you're going to fight has already conceded? They said, "I'm not fighting you. I'm not going up against you. Now that you know who you are, I know who you are, and I
Mhm.
recognize that whose you are. I'm not fighting you. I'm not going to fight a battle I can't win, and they cannot win a battle against you."
Yep. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. Yep. You just got to remember there's only one power.
There's only one.
That power is I am.
Yep. Oh, here's a good one. I told this to my son when he was in high school, but I didn't expect him to go to school and start telling his schoolmates all this stuff, because they're religious and they're going to push back on what they tell him.
Mm.
And I was telling him that God's name is I am. And I would take him to the scriptures, like when Moses was talking to the burning bush, and Moses asked the burning bush, because he was told to tell Pharaoh to let my people go.
Mhm.
And Moses was like, "Well, I don't know how that's going to work, because Pharaoh just going to kill me."
Right.
I'm paraphrasing.
Mhm.
And the burning bush told Moses, "Tell him I am sent you." And I was telling my son, that's God's name. I am. And when people say GD, they're thinking they're using God's name in vain, but that's not it. That's not how you use God's name in vain. Use God's name in vain is to reject God. Anyway, I want to try and teach that right now.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I explained to my son that when Abram made a covenant with God, and God made a covenant with Abram, God swore unto himself, because there was no higher power. And after that covenant, Abram took on God's last name, and he became Abraham.
Mhm. Yeah.
God's name is I am.
Yeah. Love that.
I like that story.
Yep. Yep. I like that. I like that. Yep. Yep. That's yep. That the Bible's psychological. It's all metaphysical science. It's all
Yes,
mind. It's all about the mind. It's all about your mind, the power of your mind.
right. And your audience, your viewers, they are the I am that the Bible speaks of.
Yep. Yep.
How can
They want to know what's the story of Lazarus that you spoke of.
oh, Lazarus represents that thing, that issue or that situation that that you deem impossible,
Yep. The desire that you deem impossible.
that the desire that you deem impossible.
Yep. Lazarus, come forth. You're calling the desire forth,
Bringing
right?
it
You
forth.
thought it was dead, right? He was
Right.
dead for 4 days. I forgot
Mhm.
what the number 4 represents, because every number in the Bible is a symbol as well, and it has symbolic
Now,
meaning.
Toya,
Hmm.
how do you think I know that about Lazarus? Who do you think taught me?
The God within.
Yep. Yep.
Yep, yep, yep.
I'm saying that for your audience to understand that they can get coordinates, they can study. I had coordinates and all these reference Bibles. I used to teach Bible study, but I didn't teach it with this understanding that I'm talking to you about.
Right.
All the understanding that I got that I'm sharing with you came from the I am in me.
Yeah, yeah. Some of the Bible stories, like when I talk about the King Saul, and how he was told, he was appointed by the people, or I give, and now I didn't like do no deep dive or go into a concordance. I'm just using like, okay, if the Bible's psychological, I can make this mean the
Right.
psychology of it, right? To understand that people love leaders and wanted to have something outside of themselves as a leader, right? That's all that King Saul represented, right?
Mm-hmm.
Having a leader outside of self. Because Samuel goes to God and say, hey, the people, they want a king. Because at the
Yep.
time, judges ruled, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
then, he's like, Samuel go back to God and say, hey, they're rejecting me. Say, no, they're not rejecting you. They're rejecting me. Tell them they're rejecting me. And if they decide they want a king, this king is going to take all the good stuff, right? All your choice cattle, all the best land, and he's going to put his foot on your neck. Isn't that what happened when we make leaders?
Why are you being political right now and seeing that November 4th is right around the corner? You know, November 4th is right around the corner. Look at you being political.
Oh, the story of Lot and his wife is you again being told that you're going into a new state, right? Lot and
Right.
his wife, they're in a current state. It's time for them to go in a new state. The new state it ties in that you can't put new wine into old wineskins, right? You can't,
Mm-hmm.
patch up the new garment with old patches, right? You
Correct.
can't enter a state and bring the old state with you. So they're told, Lot and his wife, I'm going to take you into a new state, a new
Mhm.
land, right? But you can't take nothing with you, and you can't look back, right? You
Also,
can't take anything with you, and you can't look back. You can't take your old negative thoughts, your old fears, your old identity into the new state.
you
Lot's
can't.
wife couldn't let go of the old state, right? She couldn't let go of all the stuff that she was leaving behind. So what happened? She looked back, and
Mm-hmm.
she got preserved in her. She became a pillar of salt, which means she got preserved in her old past. She got
Mm-hmm.
stuck in her old ways. She couldn't go into the new state. That's why some of us not manifesting the desire, because we keep talking about the old state. We keep talking about, well, what happened was 10 years ago. Well, what happened was 5 years ago. You know what happened when I was a child? Yeah, they hold on to that baggage, and they can't enter the new state, the new mindset.
The Bible says, "He that put his hands on the plow and look back
It's
is not fit for the kingdom of God."
the kingdom of your good.
Yep.
You
That's why
can't get your good by looking back.
that's why I want to get you this song my son wrote, because it talks about that. You got to give me your information. I'll send you the song.
Okay, okay. You can you want my I can DM me, and I could give you my email or however you want to send it to me.
Okay, I could DM you.
Yeah. Yeah. This was wonderful. This was awesome. This was awesome.
Did
Thank
anybody
you. Thank
did
you. Thank
anybody
you
got
so
any
much.
more questions?
Let me see. Um Any more questions, guys? Let me see. One came up. Go ahead, Dream Woman. Say when Kevin prayed. You said scroll up. Let's see. Mariah said she had a question. Let's see. So you want to know what if you have 10 Lazarus? I guess what if she got 10 desires
It doesn't
that
matter.
seem impossible?
If it doesn't matter, it's only impossible because you believe it to be impossible. I was thinking last night about mustard seed faith. And how can a mustard seed faith move a mountain? It's an allegory. Remember that. It's an allegory. If you look up what a mustard seed faith looks like, you're going to say there's no way that that can move a mountain. But it can. It absolutely can. Because it's not your job to do the work. It's the job of the law to fulfill itself. And you're not going to be the only one, the first one to break that law. It'll never happen. It will never happen. You can never break that law. No one has done it before you, and no one will do it after you. It cannot be broken.
Yeah.
If you speak, your words have power. Your word is the power, is your power. Now, present, if you speak to any mountain, any Lazarus that's in your life, it must obey. It must. It has no choice. You are the only one with free will, not the obstacle. The obstacle can't say, well, I don't feel like moving, or I don't want to move. I love it being here. I love being a mountain. I'm not going out into the sea. That water's cold. It doesn't have free will. You are the one that has free will.
Yeah. Stop creating mountains out of molehills.
Or even if you see it
With
as
right
even
with you're
even if
creating them by
yeah,
by saying how hard it's going to be. That's the
right.
mountain.
That's the
Giving the
mountain.
fear, giving the doubt, giving the limiting beliefs. Those are the mountains
Those are the
that need to
mountains.
be removed.
Correct. Anything that's keeping you from being who you are and what you desire is your mountain.
Yep.
And you can speak to it. You can audibly speak to it to be removed and cast into the sea of no longer existing, and it has to obey.
That's so bad.
It's not up for debate. It's not up for how you feel, how it feels. It has to, because the law is the law.
Yep.
It has to fulfill itself, even if you were the one that put the obstacle there, and
Yep.
you don't remove it. It ain't going nowhere.
Yep. All power was given to the Son. You're the Son.
Now who's preaching now?
All power was given to the Son. We are the Son.
Yes, we are.
Now are we the sons of God, right? We are the voice of God. I like how it was KRS-One had broke down the word son and was saying that the root word, it comes from sonus, which means sound. So we are the voice of God. It has nothing to do with gender, right? Letting us know that the sons of God are the voice. We give voice to God through speech and mind.
Yes, I got a question that was posed to me by Dream Woman 1111,
Mm-hmm.
and Let me respond to that.
Right. I know she's asking about the car. Did he thank God for already having it?
Yes, I did. Because let me put it to you in this example. Toya, if you ask me if I had like $100 million, so you know I got it, and you needed $10,000, and because you and I are cool like that, I said, "Psh, no problem, no big deal." He said, "Look," and I said, "Look, Toya, this ain't no loan. I'm giving it to you, and I ain't doing it because I want you to think highly of me. I got you." So I agreed to give you the $10,000. And then tomorrow you say, hey, Kevin, can you do me a favor? I said, sure, what's that? Can you give me $10,000? I'm like, what? I just gave you $10,000. What'd you do with it? She said, you gave me $10,000? I said, yeah, I gave you $10,000. I ain't seen no $10,000. I said, Toya, I just gave you that money. Well, I don't see it. You must have given it to somebody else. You ain't give it to me. Oh my goodness. All right, Toya, here's $10,000. And tomorrow morning, said, Kevin, we went over this. When are you going to give me that $10,000? I'm like, Toya, are you serious right now? Are you being serious? He said, yeah, I'm being serious. Why would you tell me you're going to give me something and then don't give it to me? And you trying to make me look bad? You're the one. I said, Toya, I gave you that money. I gave it to you twice. You ain't give me that money. I don't know who you gave it to. You must have thought you gave it to me. Ain't that how we do God?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anytime you keep asking, you erase the previous ask.
Mm. Mm.
God ain't hard of hearing. You ain't got to speak up or tell him more. He ain't forgetful. He don't have amnesia. He heard you before you even said it. And he gave it to you before you finish asking.
Yeah.
And you acting like you ain't got it.
Mm.
Because you don't. Because of the way you think. He said, I keep trying to give it to you. You keep handing it back to me and say, why won't you give it to me? And I'm like, well, why won't you take it?
Wow. Awesome. That's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. And I think the biggest gap, Kevin, I don't know if you can explain it better than I, about the time,
Oh,
right?
I've been waiting to talk about that.
Please have the floor. Please
I've
expound.
been
I know this is going to
waiting.
help a lot of people on
Oh
this.
my gosh, I
Yes,
was waiting
yes.
to talk about that. I forgot all about it. Okay, all ears to the front. One of the things I would use, and you might think this is so little and so ridiculously small, that I would use my I am power. It'll be, say, Christmas holiday season, and I'm going to the mall, and if you go late, the mall is completely crowded, the parking spaces are few. You almost got to park, in the back lot and feel like you got to take a shuttle to get to the front door. Well, I didn't want to do that. So what I would do, I would take my car and drive as close as I wanted to have a parking space. And I would sit there and say, okay, I want to park right here. I say, all right, God, give me a space right here. And next thing you know, the tail lights will come on, car will pull out, and I pull in and take it.
Nice.
Now, could that have taken a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Maybe. But I pulled up like I wanted it to happen now. And when did it happen? Now. A lot of people say, well, I just wasn't ready. It didn't happen because I wasn't prepared. I wasn't ready for that parking space. I need to get my life together first.
Right.
I got some work I need to do on this car before I can take that parking space. No, you don't.
Mm-mm.
There is no time except what you give it to.
Mm.
Time moves through you, not you move through it.
Love that.
You need me to say that again?
Say it again.
Time moves through you, not you move through it. I know some of you are not going to get that, but that's okay. You attract what you want when you want because you're God.
Mm.
If you want it to materialize, and you don't see it materializing right away, the fault is not in God, it's in you.
Mm.
My favorite scripture, one of them, but my favorite scripture is Numbers 23 and 19. For God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. For have he spoken it, shall he not make it good?
Ooh. Ooh. I knew the first half of it, not the second half.
I
All right.
remember. I remembered all of it. I bought my first house when I was 20 years old, just with that scripture, and
Mm.
I stood on that scripture with all 10 toes.
Yeah, they say repeat it again, please.
It's Numbers 23 and 19. You can look that up.
Numbers 23 and 19.
Mhm.
Numbers 23 and 19. Write it down, save it if you like it. Google it. As I say, GTS. My husband says, Google that shit if you want to know.
There you go.
GTS.
There you go. There you go. Yes.
Yes.
All things, listen to me, please. All things are subject unto you.
Mm.
You're not you're not the external. It's all internal. Everything is subject to you. I normally ask people that want to get into a discussion of this to answer me this one question. Name one thing that is greater than God. I don't need a whole list. Just give me one. There is none. Well, guess who's God? You're God.
Yep.
There's nothing greater than you. There's no circumstance. There's no time. There's nothing. You're eternal. You've always been. You're the Alpha and Omega. You're the beginning and the ending. You are. I know that's hard for some people to wrap their heads around because they've been conditioned to think otherwise. But it's just a trick to keep you ignorant of who you are.
I need to quote this scripture for you. I got to look it up. But this scripture just came to mind as you was talking.
Okay.
It is representative of you. It's Isaiah. No, it's Romans. Is it both of them? How beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace
I know that
and
one.
bring glad tidings of good
I
things.
love that scripture. I know that one.
Yes, yes, yes. Romans 10 and 15.
I know that one.
Yes, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace, the God spell, the good spell, and bring glad tidings of good things. He telling us, reminding us how to use our mind, that the powers within us has always been there. Now actualize it. Have
Yes.
faith.
Yeah,
Have
use it.
faith.
Use it
Have
now.
faith.
Don't wait till you don't have an opportunity to use it. Use it while it's day.
Yep.
When night comes, when you no longer have this earthly vessel where no man can work.
Yep.
Amen, lights.
Yes. 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 Use it wise. Day. Yes. Ooh, sorry. Ooh, hey, H.
I've been listening to you
Yes.
for a couple of weeks now. I so appreciate you so much.
Oh, thank you.
So
You know,
much.
you have just opened up my understanding even more. So you definitely have been a blessing and gave me more clarity, especially when someone starts so young with this truth, and just has
I,
lived their life from that, from the power within, and just helps inspire us to what can be, right? What's possible. And
that's how
all
you,
things are possible, right?
that's how your kids are going to be.
Yep.
Or how they are. The one that has decided to walk on this journey at such a young age,
Mm-hmm.
that's what's going to happen with them.
Yep. Yep.
They're
Yep.
going to be doing this to someone else in their future.
Yep. Such a blessing. My grandson. Yep. He was like, so God is I can and the devil is I can't. Help me
Yep.
to say I can. That's my
Yep.
that's my 6-year-old grandson
See
see.
there? See
Yep.
there? I love it. I love it so. I love it so.
Yep.
I love it so.
Oh yes,
That's
this
so
has truly been a
awesome.
blessing.
So beautiful. It's so
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yes, yes. Such a blessing, such a blessing. Oh my goodness. This is awesome. Like, and when you understand that this is no accident, this is no coincidence, that this
No,
truly has purpose.
there's no such
When you
thing.
like, oh, is this something I'm supposed to be doing? Yes, this is something I'm supposed to. When you come to meet people like yourself, right, and you're just like, yes, this is confirmation. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to have this platform on TikTok.
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
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 Because me being here is because of you drawing me to you.
Yep.
That's how I got here.
Yep. Yep.
It wasn't no mistake or
Yes.
happenstance or accident.
Nope.
That's
Ask and
how
it shall be given.
that's how I got here.
Yep.
I didn't know you before this.
Mm-mm. Oh. Yep. Amazing. I've met so many wonderful, 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 wonderful souls. So many wonderful souls, And it's a reason why it's the Bible that unites us, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
you have many that don't resonate with scripture, right? They
Mm-hmm.
see the division that that the misinterpretation has
Sure.
brought about.
Sure.
But I'm like, no, I know that it's unity of the spirit. And when you can rightfully divide the word of truth, as Paul says, right?
Correct.
Rightfully divide it.
Well,
When you study it from the form in which it was intended, then you
my
can't mess with it.
my son-in-law says he hasn't been one to go to church and read the Bible. I said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "You've been knowing me for years. You've been reading the Bible according to Kevin Harper."
Yep. I've been a shining example this whole time.
Yes. It says, don't make it, let your light shine.
Let your light shine.
And
Yes.
who are they going to glory? The Father.
Yes.
That's in you, that's in me, and that's in them.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Girl, something else.
Oh, so amazing, so amazing, so amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Much gratitude. Yes, much gratitude. Yes.
Well, I gotta tell you, I was a deacon in church, so if there's hope for me, there's hope for everybody else.
There you go. There you go.
Nobody was more brainwashed than me.
Hey, yep, yep. It's not the will of the Father that any should
The
perish, but that all
Antichrist.
shall come to repentance. Everybody eventually gonna come to the truth.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah,
They
that's why
will.
you gotta have compassion on those who still asleep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Our only job is to love them.
Love. Yep.
That's
That's
our
also the greatest
only job.
commandment. That's what this one, I'm like, we don't hear enough about love. I need to I'm like, again, that's another purpose of this platform to really recondition, deconstruct what we've been told about love because it has been diluted. It has been
Yeah.
watered down. What
People were
love
telling me,
is.
well, I can't love them. You don't know what they did. You don't know what they did to me.
Mhm.
I said, you got to learn to say so.
Exactly. So what that got to do with me?
Right. So what? But if you can't forgive them, don't look for forgiveness from
Nope.
within.
Forgive and you shall be forgiven.
And
Condemn
yeah,
not and you will not be condemned. Judge
yep.
not and you
That's
shall
not,
not
you
be
will not be
judged.
judged.
Forgive and you shall be forgiven. But if you forgive not, your Father which is in heaven cannot forgive you.
It's not he don't want to.
Nope.
It's the law.
It's the law. God never, and that's what I said also. God does not operate outside of his own law. It
Nope.
doesn't happen.
But guess
God
what?
operates according to law.
Guess
And the
what?
law is the law of belief. It is always done unto you as you believe. If you feel like they can't be forgiven, you're saying you can't be forgiven. That's
Right.
all.
But guess what? We make our own personal laws.
Yep. I said that too. We make laws that we don't want to live by. We
Yep.
create laws that we don't even want to live by.
Yep.
Oh, those words you speaking, and you know doggone well you don't want it to be applied to you.
Right.
So stop talking about it. Better be careful. You
I'm
gotta be the
chewing,
watchman at that gate. You gotta be the watchman at that gate.
I'm chewing up your football time.
Oh, the kickoff just started. It just started. I can always watch the second quarter. Don't much happen in the first quarter anyway.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. I'm so enjoying this. I think I've been on here almost 5 hours, but it's
Really?
good. Yeah.
I just got
That's
on.
okay. That's
I just
okay.
got
He
on
loving it.
while
Like they said, there is no time, and time flies when you having fun.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
This has been amazing. So many of us needed to hear this, right? Like you said, no accidents, no coinkadinks, as they say.
Nope.
It's for a purpose. It's all for a purpose.
All for purpose. And those that are on here are meant to be on here.
Yep. Yep.
Those that shared it with someone, it's coming back to you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over.
Running over.
We used to sing in a Baptist song in Houston when I was living in Houston, saying you can't beat God's giving. No matter how hard you try.
Yep.
The more you give, the more he gives to you.
Yes.
That's can't beat God's giving.
Freely give and freely receive.
Well, the law, since we're talking about laws, the law of reciprocity is in operation. And I'll explain to you what the law of reciprocity is.
Okay.
Law of reciprocity holds 3 characters. One character of the law of reciprocity And for those who don't understand the word reciprocity, the law of sowing and reaping. The law of sowing and reaping. There's three characteristics. First characteristic is whatever you sow, you get back. So if you have apple seeds and you want oranges and you plant those apple seeds looking for oranges, you're going to get apples. So not only do you get back what you put in, you get exactly back what you put in. The second characteristic of the sowing and reaping principle, you get back more than what you put in. If you plant a few seeds, you get a tree with many apples on it. So you get back exactly what you put in, and then you get back more than that which you put in. And the third character is you get it back later than when you planted it. But some people don't realize they get to decide what season that orchard or that apple tree comes in.
Mm.
You know why you get to decide? Because you're God.
God. Yes.
You don't have to wait for the season of spring, the season of fall, the season of winter. You're the season. I'm speaking to when you want something to manifest. It manifests when you say it manifests.
Yep. And people say, can you manifest on the time crunch? Yes.
Yes.
There's no time crunch.
Sometimes, when do you want to see it? You decide. Stop denying the power that within you. Stop limiting the power that is within you. There is no limit.
Yep.
You're here on this earth to experience what you want to experience, whatever it is.
Whether Christ say you say 4 months to the harvest, I say look again.
Right. Look again.
Harvest is ready.
It's ready. Matter of fact, he says the harvest is great. It's I don't have enough laborers.
Yep. But the laborers are few.
And the labor is not you going out and tilling the soil. The labor is your belief.
Yep. Yep. It's all according to your belief.
All according to your belief.
And belief just means faith. Let's not get, I had to break that down. I'm like, look at the etymology of believe. It literally means faith and knowing.
Yep.
Those words you can use interchangeably.
Yep.
Believe, faith, knowing. They all mean the same thing. I know people want to make it a difference. Say, oh, you can't just believe. You got to know. It means the same.
The same thing.
It means the same thing.
Now back to when can you have it? You can have it when you want it. That's when you call it forth. You already have it. You already have it. And you keep waffling back to the five senses, to the spiritual, and back to the five senses. Just because you can't see it, that don't mean you can't have it. Do you know where I'm talking to you from, Toyia?
Mm-mm.
I'm in the outskirts of DC, the suburbs of DC.
Oh, okay, another DC. I had a few people in DC. Okay, nice.
Can you see DC right now?
You said, can I see DC right now?
Can you see?
Not physically, right? No.
But physically you can't.
Mm-mm.
But you know it's here.
Yep.
You know it's here.
Yep. You know it exists right now.
Yeah,
Yep.
you know it exists.
Yep.
You ever been to one of the islands on vacation with you and your husband?
Yes.
Can you see it with your natural eyes right now?
I can see it in my mind, but no, I can't see it with my natural eyes. You're
You don't
right.
see it with
No.
your natural eye. See, it's your mind telling you it exists, and it does,
Mm-hmm.
even though your eyes can't see it.
Yep. That's faith, right?
That's all faith is.
Yep.
And without faith, it's impossible to please God. Now, think about that scripture for a moment. If it's impossible to please God without faith, if you need faith to please God, what unpleases God? Which displeases God? How do you displease God?
Unbelief.
That's it. So
Yep.
every time you're
Oh.
doubting, every time you don't believe something, every time you don't acknowledge who you are, whose you are, and the power that you have, you're displeasing God.
Yep.
I know they don't teach you this.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone asks, how do you get over fear of your desire not coming true?
Oh, that's a good question. I love that one.
That is.
I love that one. Fear, what causes fear is doubt and unbelief.
Wait, I'm still on live. Yeah. I'll call you back. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys.
No, it's no problem.
Okay.
Fear is a made up, something made up to appear real. The reason I say appear real because it's not. See, no one can move beyond their belief. No one. It's impossible. I keep using you, Toyia, because I see you and I'm going to use you as an example. Let's say you go, let's say you've been jumping out of a parachute, out of a plane with a parachute. You started off doing tandem jumps and now you're moved on to a seasoned pro. And you know, as a seasoned pro jumper, that you pack your own chute because you want to be responsible because you're holding your life in your hands. Okay. And let's just say you got to jump tomorrow and it's been jump number 500 for you. Because you do it so much you can, you can do it in your sleep. The night before you're ready to jump, you have a dream that's so vivid, so real that you jumped and your parachute wouldn't open. I mean, you wake up in a cold sweat and you was falling when you in the dream you had jumped out of the plane, you're pulling on the cord, it doesn't come out open. You pull on your reserve chute and that doesn't open and you're falling to your death. Instead of hitting the ground, you wake up. It's morning. It's time for you to go and do your jump. And you cannot shake the feeling that your chute is not going to open. Do you jump out of that plane?
It's all about, do I see it as a premonition, like not to go, or do I try to overcome the fear?
It's a yes or no question.
I know, right? I don't accept dreams as real. I revise them.
Well, before all the revising thing that you know should do.
But no, I wouldn't. If based on what you're saying, no, I wouldn't jump.
Correct. Correct. No one can move beyond their belief, regardless of what it is. And that's fear. Fear keeps you from moving. It immobilizes you.
Yep, it's torment.
It's torment. So how do you get rid of? I think that was the question. How do you get past it? You got to use your faith. Well, how was Jesus tempted when he finished his 40-day fast?
Yep. If thou be the Son of God, turn these stones to bread.
The bread.
Yep.
And I believe he was told to jump without a parachute, right?
Yep. Yep. Throw yourself off this mountain and
Surely the angels will catch you and hold
Yep.
you up. You're not going to dash in the rocks below.
Mm-hmm.
The angels got you.
Yep.
What did he say? Get thee where?
Behind me.
That's how you deal with your fear.
Yep. You got to talk to it. Speak the word.
It's real to you. You might as well speak to it.
Yep. 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 Because what casts out fear?
Love
Exactly. Love never fails.
never fails. It cannot.
The only transforming power is love.
Yep. And it supersedes all the laws, the commandments.
Yep.
Now, when I asked you, name one thing above God, and you couldn't come up with anything, even love is not above God. Love is God.
Exactly. Exactly. Yep. But then when you say that the thing that you're fearing, you're saying is greater than God. So that's what you have to ask yourself. If you're fearing these things not taking place, you're placing something greater or above the power that's within you.
Yes.
Because you weren't given the spirit of fear. Go ahead.
You have to do that. You have to exalt something above God.
Mm-hmm.
And that's idol worship.
Yep. You're saying God can't do it. It's impossible. You're saying that something's impossible for God to do. With man, it might be impossible. With God, all things are possible.
Well, I just told you, how do you displease God?
Unbelief.
That's how you do it.
Unbelief. Yeah.
That's the quickest way to get God to shake his head and go,
They don't even know.
They don't even know.
They don't even know. Oh. That's what the disciples said. Lord, increase our faith. Help my unbelief. Right?
Right.
He said, help my it's okay to ask for help. Because the disciples asked, Lord, help
come on, dream woman. Come on, dream woman. You can ask another question.
Yeah. It's been a very nice conversation. Really enjoyed it.
You talk about fear. I didn't want to come on here onto your platform. I've just enjoyed listening to it.
Wow.
And then I heard something today that said, speaking to the audience, saying that you have a lot to give, and that you as a teacher need to rise up and walk in your calling.
Yes.
And they said, do you hear me? And I said, yes. I didn't say yes to them, but I said yes to me. And that's why I came on your platform, because I'm owning who I am.
Yes, so enjoying it. Yes, yes. We can make you a regular. Do you do TikTok content?
No.
Because we can schedule for you to come up. Once a week if you want to.
I will. I don't even know how to do. I had to ask you how to do a request. I don't know how to work on this.
Right. Yeah. When I go live, I'll just I'm gonna make sure that I follow you, so when I go live, I just send you the request.
Okay.
We just decide on what day you want to come up,
Okay.
and you can use that time, to do what we doing now.
Right. I'll be glad
Yeah,
to.
yeah,
I already saw myself doing it.
yes,
Because
yes,
all
yeah.
I've been is shaking my head and amening myself, everything you be talking about and saying. I said, go, girl, go, 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 go. Even though I tease you a little bit about the Bears, and the Commanders having to play, but I was just kidding around about
Oh
that.
no, I know. Look, I don't take it that serious. I love the Bears. I love me some football, but I don't. I know.
Yeah.
Hey, they ain't paying my bills.
Yep. It's just a game.
It's just a game. I
Just a
just
game.
enjoy it. I've been
Mhm.
loving football since the Bears went to Super Bowl in 1986.
Yeah,
So,
with refrigerated Perry.
yep, yep, yep,
Hmm.
yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, so DM me, let me know what your schedule looks like, what day of the week you want to. I mean, it could change it from week to week. Just let me know, like this week I can do this day, next week that day isn't going to work. We can do this day. I'm
No,
flexible.
I'm
I'll let you know if I
available.
decide not to go on a
Mm.
certain day, though. I just pick a
Yeah.
certain day. I don't really know. I just go by, I'm like, oh, no, I think I'm a rest today.
Yeah, and that's a good way to live, but I'm available. When I
Okay.
when you come on in the evenings or whatever, I know you're an hour behind me. But
Hmm.
yeah, I'm available. I would love to talk to your audience and on your platform or whatever. This is all freely given.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yep. 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 We
God,
can make them Mondays then.
we
Since you
can.
came on this Monday, we can make it
Mhm.
Mondays. If you good with that.
I'm good with that.
Hey. Yep.
I'm good with that.
Heaven and prosperous living with tea on Mondays. Come on and join us come on in where the table is spread and the feast of the Lord is going on. Yes.
What a dream! What a dream woman asked me. I think I missed it.
Let me see. She asked a question. Let me see. Okay, how do you call an answer forward if you're stuck between two decisions?
Sure. Another good question. You asked some really, really good questions. And I love that you're not afraid to ask questions that you may consider difficult or challenging, because that's how the audience benefit, because they haven't thought of the question or thought to have the courage to ask that question. And by you doing that, you're showing that A, you're engaged, two, that you really want to enhance your living, your lifestyle. And that's how I interpret your questions. I don't take them as you're poking or you're trying to be in kind of way about different things or challenging me. I take it as you want to grow. And I do take that very, very seriously. So thank you for asking your questions. Now, on the two decisions that you're not sure which one to pick, you have to decide one or the other. Now, without me knowing what that actual thing that you want to pick between, I don't know, but I do know whichever one you pick, it's going to be for your good. You can't make a wrong decision because it's all going to circle back around and work for your good. That's what the scripture says. That all things work for the good of them that love the Lord and those that are called according to his purpose. So you can ask your inner self, which way I should go? What should I do? If you feel that you're indecisive, like you're saying, and he will tell you, he will reveal it to you. Don't go left, go right. Don't go right, go left. So the wonderful thing about God being in you, that is personable and it's for you specifically. You heard, I don't know if you ever heard the cliche, what God has for me is for me.
Mhm.
What God has for you is definitely for you. Did that help you in any way?
Yep. Dream woman. Great. She says yes. Thank you so
All
much.
right, wonderful.
Yes, yes,
Wonderful.
yes. So how do we know for sure what God has for us?
Ask him.
Whatever we desire.
Yeah, ask him. Ask him. Ask him. He's waiting with open arms. He said, I'm not going to sleep until I find out what it is you want from me. Well, he doesn't sleep or slumber, but I think you get the gist of it.
Yep, 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 yep. Hey, Chelsea. Hey, welcome. And Tony, hey, say everyone that has entered the chat. Dina wants to know, can you explain David and Goliath on the psychological side?
I can. I can. Well, you trying to have Bible study.
I know, right? Oh my goodness. Yeah, just remember everything is psychological. So Goliath was a giant. What's a giant in your world? It's just like a mountain.
Yep.
The mountain is
Yep.
Goliath. The giant is Goliath that you think can overtake you or have dominion and power over you.
It's one of the great, what do you call it? When somebody is underdog,
Mhm.
it's a great underdog story.
Yeah.
See, Goliath wasn't just any old giant. He was the reigning champion. No one. He was literally undefeated. No one have ever defeated him in battle.
Yeah.
He was too big. He was too strong. He was. No one could beat him. And no, it didn't matter. That's why they would do the one-on-one battle. They wouldn't let an army fight him. It always had to be a one-on-one. It's you against the negative thing that's keeping you from having what you want.
Yep.
That's your Goliath. Now, that thing that's keeping you seem like the biggest, baddest thing ever you have ever faced in your entire life. It could be sickness, it could be poverty, it could be loss, a great loss that you're grieving from. Whatever it is, that's a stumbling block to you that you recognize, give energy to as your personal stumbling block. And David, which is you, or the I am in you, can defeat it. The 5 stones, any one of those stones can defeat it. Well, you say, well, which one of the stones I use? I use the stone of sight, the stone of taste, the stone of smell, the stone of feelings. Those things, those stones are the positive things that you already have in your possession. Remember, earlier I said, what good does it for you to fight a battle when the person decided they concede and they don't want to fight you? Goliath don't want to fight you because he know he can't win. He can't. He already knows it. He tried to make you think. He tried to make you think that he wants to fight you, but he don't.
Yep.
He's
Yep.
afraid of you.
Yep.
How can somebody that big and bad be afraid of me? Because you don't understand how big and bad you really are. You're so bad, you're terrible. Look it up. The Bible said God is terrible, meaning all power is in his hands, which puts it in your hands. That's I spend most of my time trying to share people about how powerful they really are. There used to be a gospel song years ago, a quartet. I told you, Toyia and I, we grew up in the same, cloth, so to speak. And they used to sing a song that says, "Sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around mine."
I've heard of that.
Well, sweep around your own front door means take care of you first. Don't
Yeah.
worry about the stuff around my door. Take care of your door first. What do you do first? First, you seek the kingdom of heaven.
Yep.
First.
Yep. Yeah, all the stories of the Bible are all is the same story over
Over and
and
over.
over
Yep.
and
Over and
over
over again.
and over again. Whenever you see the number 5 in scripture, it's always representative of the census.
Yep.
Even in the Gospels, when they talk about the number 5, it's
Right.
always representative of your senses, but you always have power over them.
Correct.
Yep.
We make a pretty good team,
We
Toyia.
do. We do. We do. We do.
I listen to your broadcast and say, "Ooh, I want to be like her."
No, I'm like, oh, I want to be like you, Kevin. I'm like, hey, the number 7 is completion, the number of
Yes.
perfection.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know what all the
absolutely.
numbers mean, but some of those numbers I do. 9 is consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, the answers to everyone's questions all the answers are within.
Yep. They are.
That's how I learned so much. I get my teaching directly from God.
Yep.
And
Yep.
if that's a secret, I just told it to you. It ain't a
Yep. I
secret.
always ask the question, and it's always given and you always get the answer. And it can come in various ways. The Spirit
Yep.
knows how you'll be able to receive it, right?
Yep.
So, like Kevin may just get downloads, right? Me, I may be led to a certain book or watch a certain movie or see a certain, or just meeting someone like Kevin and having a conversation. And then he illuminates scripture to me on a deeper level, those things I didn't quite understand, right? The answer always
Always
comes,
comes.
and you just have to be receptive to how it comes, and don't get caught up on the
Yes.
messenger.
Not
Receive the
But
message.
sometimes it comes directly from God.
Yes.
The inside.
Yes. Sometimes you be like, oh, you get to talking to somebody like, that was a question I was asking. And I just talk it out. And they're going to answer.
Where did that come from?
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Or you're just doing something else, and that thought resonates.
Yep.
And it just comes in, and you're like, oh, yeah, thank you. Yep.
Yep. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Yep. 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 The epiphany. Yep. The intuitive knowing. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Intuitive, to be taught from within. Your intuition. I know Dream Woman asks a lot about the intuition.
Mm-hmm.
That's just being taught from within.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
That's a good way to go. Yep.
Yep. When you go within, you can never go without.
What did I say? I had a real bad anxiety attack today and decided to go for a walk. I prayed about it, certain things came back to life. Make heaven that you were brought. Yes, for some reason, I've been hearing a lot of people share or talk about anxiety. There are prescriptions that you can take for it. Counselors, you get counseling on how to deal with your anxiety. And anxiety is a real thing. What's real, if that's a word, more real than anxiety is your ability to overcome it. And the people who are seeking relief from those anxiety attacks, those fears that they brought to themselves, that they have attracted unto themselves and have allowed it to take hold and root inside their being, you're reacting to it. You're reacting to what you allowed to be inside of you and take root. Everything happens from within to without. The anxiety you're feeling is really based upon what is happening on the inside. And since it's happening on the inside, it's going to take something on the inside to cure it. And
Yes.
you have the authority to speak to that mountain and say, "Thy be thy removed and cast into the sea," and it will.
Yep. 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 Customize your life. Yep. Peace, be still.
Mm-hmm.
Commanded the sea. The sea was storming and raging, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then peace, be still. The storm, your thoughts, troubled waters. You having troubling thoughts. Water represents the psychology of the mind, the psychological truth, but you're all over the place. You're rambling in your mind. Your mind is scattered. It's not being focused on the truths of the divine being within. You're giving power to outside sources, and the power is from within.
Yep.
Yep. But I think it's time for me to it's almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah, almost 9 o'clock my time.
Yes, yes. And I truly, 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 truly enjoyed this. Those of you who want the free books that I have, Daily Diamond Gems and the 30-Day Transformation Journey, where I have give you a scripture, an affirmation, and an explanation of the scripture. Go get it. It's linked in my bio, the link tree through Gumroad. Download it. It's free to help you on your awakening, help you learn to focus your mind and transform your thinking so you can create the reality you want. You can literally have and be whatsoever you desire. But it does come with a change of mind. You change your mind, you literally change your world. You have any parting words, Kevin?
My grandmother used to say when I was a little boy, if you change your town, you change your luck.
Mm,
And I didn't understand what she was telling me, but now I do. If you change your mind, you change your results.
yep. Yep. Beautiful. 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 No, it's not Amazon. It's Gumroad. It's free. You can download them. Daily Diamond Gems and the 30-Day Transformation Journey. They're both books of affirmations and scriptures, and the other one is a little bit more focused. It's 30 days. Every day you get a scripture, an affirmation, and explanation of the scripture. And I remind you to meditate at least 5 minutes a day. Get to know yourself. Spend time with yourself. And as I always part, I say, beloved, I pray above all things that you prosper and be in good health, even as your soul prospers. I look forward to doing these lives with you every Monday, Kevin. I know they're truly going to bless so many people. This has truly been a blessing for me and so many under the sound of our voices. And those who will get to see this on YouTube, Facebook, because they will be shared there. It'll be on my Facebook group as well as my YouTube page. So,
Awesome.
yes,
Awesome. I look
yes,
forward to it.
yes, yes. All right. You have a wonderful evening. Good night, everyone.
Good night.